Hello, Internet. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. We are finishing out this series tonight if it kills me, and it might. We've got about 50 pages left, and then, of course, I want to read some of the Anais Nin book, at least the first couple. They're very short, so hopefully they're a quick read. Hopefully this is a quick read, because really, what are we going to have happen? And there is an epilogue at the end, so we'll also be reading that. But literally what is going to happen? She has to pick one of them or everybody ends up dead. These are the only two possible endings. There's a few different ways that could happen. Certainly. You could have Nacho tries to rescue her, it goes bad, and either he gets killed or she gets killed and he gets killed and Massimo unalives himself. This is possible. Or he actually rescues her and she goes back to him. Or she tells him, I wasn't in love with you, I was just confused, and he goes away. I don't know. There's a lot of stupid ways it could end, but, this woman has bounced back and forth between these two men so many times. I'm amazed either of them still want her. I'm still not sure why they want her in the first place. We know Massimo is crazy. She was probably a cocaine-induced hallucination, when he got shot. But, he's a whack job. So he doesn't really need motivation. But what's everybody else's excuse? Because there's been about 10 other men through these books, and they're all obsessed with her. They all just sexually cannot keep their hands off this woman, literally in some cases. Why? I wouldn't want to sit next to her on a bus. She's vapid, vain, shallow, really stupid, incredibly immature, self-centered, selfish, spoiled. She acts like a toddler at the best of times and like a 12-year-old at, other times, but she's awful. She would be the worst to be around. Why would you ever want to? So, not really sure what was going on. I would like to know, maybe this is out there somewhere, maybe I'll find it someday. I want to know what the author's actual intention was. I know that she wanted to make, she felt like 50 Shades was too tame, which I can understand that, because for what it was promoted as, yes, it was. And it depicted a really toxic relationship. This is if you told me that she tried to write something worse, I would believe you. But I think the actual intent was to try to write something better. Certainly more explicit, which gotta give it that. These are more explicit than 50 Shades, that is true. But if the intent was to in any way show a healthier relationship, big swing and a miss, because there are zero healthy relationship between anybody. Not just between Laura and both men. Her relationship with her best friend is horrific. The best friend's relationship with her now husband is, they're probably Olga and Dominic are the healthiest too. And that is not saying they have a healthy relationship, because he tried to kill her once. He destroyed the house chasing her, destroyed a car. Yeah, this is not okay. Nobody is okay in these. Nobody is a good person. Nobody has had any kind of redemption of any kind. Who are you supposed to be rooting for? For a little while, we were Team Nacho, because he seemed like the nice one. He was the nice, gentle guy. But when she went back to him for the second or third time, I lost track. Now suddenly he's doing everything that Massimo did. He's controlling his sister. He's mean. He's controlling her. He's all the security crap. He's being paranoid, aggressive, and it's okay, now there's nobody worth worth having or caring about. So, I do want to get through this as quick as possible so we have time at the end of the night to hopefully read something better. I cannot imagine. I've been trying to imagine, like, what passed for erotica in the 40s. So that's when the other book was written. It was written, well, it was published. I'm not even sure if it was written in the 40s or published in the 40s. So it might actually be older than I thought. But, like, what counted as erotica back then? What was sexy? What was too risque to publish in anything going in a bookstore? Because these stories in Delta Venus were written for a private collector. They were not written to be published. They were only published after the author's death. So that says a whole lot. But we'll see. We'll get there. For now, all rise for our national anthem, please.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure." Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Hi, Citadel. Sup with you too. Can I borrow your dragons for warmth? It has been utterly freezing here. Mother Nature is mean. It was between 30 and 35 for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and most of Thursday. But now Friday, Saturday, it's been hovering around 0, and it's been pouring rain all day. There's rain frozen to my windows. The dog is looking at me like I betrayed him. I had to actually get a blanket out of the closet last night. It's so cold. Celsius, 30 to 35 Celsius. It was very hot. Yeah, like I had to turn the fans on in my bedroom because I couldn't sleep because I was all like hot and uncomfortable. And now I'm like wrapped up in a winter blanket last night because it was freezing effing cold. Because of course the heat's off now. But it was just such a drastic change in less than like 12 hours. It just went from being way too hot to now it's way too cold. And it's just, ugh. It seriously felt bad for anyone who had to dress a kid, because how do you dress them? Like, you put all their winter stuff away and wake up and there's a frost advisory on May 23rd. Just makes no sense whatsoever. But first things first, let's introduce our ducks. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, wait, I have these backwards. Why do I have these backwards? Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, Susie, Rosie House, Susie. Ugh, my brain is not on tonight. Russell, Wolfie, Mark, Lascelles, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Little Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean's Gate 7, Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack Jacquard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, Autolycus, Insidious, Deja, Cleopatra, Extra Crispy, Ralph, Wisp, Dougie, and Katy Perry Duck. Oh, you're getting rained on too? Yeah, we had about 14 hours of freezing rain between last night and today. It was pretty constant. It's it's rare that it rains for that long at once. Raining multiple times in a day in the summer is like par for the course, but like steady uninterrupted rain, and I I would not be surprised if yesterday and today like broke records for lowest temperatures this time of year. It almost certainly did, because it's just crazy. So, if you would like to help the channel out and help me out, we have other ducks that can be ordered for $10. The PayPal link should be at the top of the chat, and we have some wonderful ducks in this bag that are waiting to join their friends on stage. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. They're trying to escape, because they want to be up on the stage. They try to escape. We also have our painted ducks. Currently, we have Evil Knievel Duck, A Christmas Story Duck, Yoshi Duck, and Rooster Duck. If you would like to sponsor a painted duck, please specify which one so I know which one you intended. And for $25, you can put me in some handcuffs, which I always enjoy. This is my personal favorite. Somehow it just makes all this garbage easier, and I have a feeling it's going to be extra garbage tonight because we're racing to the end of whatever the hell this is. There literally can't, like, nothing else can even has enough pages to happen unless it's like 3 pages long, which it might be. But for $25 for the night or $50 for the whole night, we have these. There's a key in here, and there's a key on a string because we practice safety here. So there's always a key within reach because these are not safety cuffs. These are real. And for the grand sum of $50, we have Skittles drink mix, which I will make one and see what radioactive color it is and then chug it. We have tried the grape and the green apple. We have not yet tried the orange or the strawberry. I'm kind of curious about the strawberry because strawberry is one of those flavors that can either go really right or really wrong. And when it's wrong, it's like atrociously bad. I don't know why, but it's one of those flavors where it's either good or it's terrible. And there's not really a middle. I've never really had anything bad that's orange because orange is just orange. It's kind of meh. Not my favorite flavor, but I'm curious what it tastes like with this. Certainly. But yeah, I'm curious if the strawberry is any good. Hi, Sarah. Listening but busy at the moment. Okay. I know Artie is also live right now. He always goes live at the same time as me, and I'm like, dude. So I'm sure I will watch that later. I'm sad that I'm missing it, but, kind of have my own thing to be doing right now. So we are starting off with a page that I should not have burned last week, but I did. So I'm gonna be skipping a few words because, yeah, I burned a hole in the front page from the other side without thinking. Okay. It was the end of the night. My brain was fried. Oh. Uh, Puppy is somewhere. He's recovering from his stint in jail. He was a naughty puppy. He got in the garbage and made a mess. Okay, so we have chapter 18. The sound of a phone ringing wakes me up cuddled against a pair of strong arms. I smiled. It was all over something eyes. The arm wrapped around me, pressing me against something bare chest, had no tattoos. I immediately snapped, realizing where I was, and launched myself up. A huge hand shot out from under the comforter and held me down, so nothing's changed. It's for you, I heard a voice. A phone appeared in my vision. The screen said Olga. Congratulations on your wedding, I mumbled, completely disoriented. Oh good, you're alive, she said. Things you should not have to say the day after your wedding. You two disappeared so suddenly, I thought you left without waving goodbye and fucked off to God knows where. After you and Massimo ran so early, I presume you made your choice. I'm glad you're coming back, she prattled on, excited. That's not what happened. He definitely spiked her drink and kidnapped her again, and now, like, she's waking up in bed with him. I'd be so creeped out. You know that by now, like, Nacho is making his way to this house, and there's gonna be a showdown. Like, him and Massimo are gonna end up aiming guns at each other at some point. And then, like, maybe she gets caught in the crossfire, maybe they take each other out, maybe everyone ends up dead, or she actually makes a decision and sticks with it. Because how many times has she gone back and forth between these two guys? Like, I've lost count. You know, and we were team Nacho, but then he just started morphing into the same kind of toxic asshole. So now we're team nobody. And do we even care who killed the dog? They killed a dog, okay? They lose all the points for killing a dog. You know, Nacho says it was Massimo. Massimo says it was Nacho. It doesn't really matter. Either of them could have done it. Why we would believe Massimo that it wasn't him, because I think it was him. Like, why would you, even if you don't think it was him, why would you believe anything he says anyway? Like, that's why our main character is too stupid to care about, because she just has no sense of self-preservation and not one single working brain cell. Ugh. You're interrupting something here. Go take care of your husband. Massimo cut in with a chuckle and took the phone away, ending the call. I've missed you, he said, slithering onto me. That's about the right term. Also, ew. His giant cock rubbed against me, because we have to be reminded one more time that he's well endowed. Like, why? Why is that always a thing in these books? Why are guys always well endowed? Like, I bet if you ask most women, that is not on their, like, top 10 requirements for their dream guy. I don't think big dick makes the list. I love fucking you when you're drunk. Or in this case, roofied. You have no inhibitions at all. Baby girl! Oh, we get at least one more. I was wondering if we'd get to burn it again. We do. Oh, wait, I forgot to put my notes out. Because we need to see how many times we get all of these things. Designer brand names is like run away with the tally, by the way. It's just absolutely run away with it. You know, there's several other things. He kissed me and I tried recalling the events of last night. I failed. Yeah, that's because he roofied you. So whatever they did was non-consensual because he drugged her. Suddenly it dawned on me that we were naked, and I hurt all over. Yeah, there's a big clue. I hid my face in my hands. Hey, baby girl. Oh, we get two. Massimo pulled away my hands and looked me in the eyes. I'm your husband. What happened wasn't anything bad. There's the ultimate hand wave. There we go. That is just outright women are chattel. There we go. I'm your husband, so I'm allowed to do whatever I want. The sad thing is, there's places where he'd legally be right. Like, there's so many places where they don't recognize raping your wife as being a thing. And, like, look at the huge, still ongoing case that happened in France recently with, trying to remember her name, Giselle Percet, something like that. But that's, oh, whole other level of creepy there. And still, like, ongoing and just, tripped over something so dark and evil. He held my wrist tightly, making it impossible for me to hide again. Let's just forget the last few weeks, shall we? I was an ass. You had every right to run away. Yeah, that works. Just, yeah, forget all the awful, terrible things I did and how I acted. And this time I really promise it won't happen again. Have a little taste of freedom, but everything's going to be okay now. I'll take care of it. Do we want to know what that means? Massimo, please, I groaned, trying to free myself from under him. I need to go to the restroom. The man in black rolled back, releasing me. Wrapped in a bedsheet, I crossed the room. Why was I ashamed? He must have fucked me in all conceivable positions for the last couple of hours. But that didn't matter. I I just felt troubled. Well, maybe because you were pretty committed to the other guy. He was like practically proposing to you. Not that he wasn't being pushy and way out of line, but you kind of implied that you were going to stay with him and said you were in love with him. And then you went to your friend's wedding and went home with your ex, who is no longer ex. So you should feel quite horrible for how you're treating Nacho, even though I am no longer Team Nacho. She's still treating him really badly. What was I doing? I looked into the mirror at my smudged makeup and hair in disarray. I was disgusted with myself. The last thing I remembered was speaking to Nacho, and then blackness. Yeah, drugs will do that. So what had I done? Nothing good, I feared. I sighed and turned the water on to take a shower. Standing in the stream of hot water and trying to rein in my raging headache, I was considering my options. Should I return to my husband? You really think he's going to let you out of his sight again? Talk to Nacho, or maybe leave both of them and finally take care of myself. There's an option. If there was one thing I had learned in the last year, it was that men made my life a complete shit show. Oh yeah, just she has no responsibility in that whatsoever. Not her incredibly poor decision making, constant indifference, selfishness, constant running away, putting everybody else at risk. I went to the wardrobe, glancing at Massimo, still naked, talking over the phone, leaning against the doorframe. That sexy butt. The most beautiful ass on the planet. Wasn't she just lusting over other guys' tattooed ass? I went to my side of the wardrobe and rummaged through the drawers for some underwear and a t-shirt. That's when I noticed the shoe drawer. It had always been very tidy, and all my shoes arranged according to color. All aside from the long boots, which had always been packed into their elegant boxes. I was just going to notice one of the boxes is missing and know that Massimo must have done it, and then she's going to run away again, I bet. My breath caught at the sight of a pair of Givenchy boots lying on the floor. They weren't in the box. And Olga had assured me she'd never been to our apartment. The door had always been kept locked, and only Massimo had the key. Yeah, so what a shock! He's a lying piece of shit, you stupid bimbo. Nah, bimbo's too good a word. She'd have to go up to be bimbo. She's something way worse. I stared at the boots on the floor by the drawer until I felt his eyes on me. Well, he said, I didn't think you'd come here this early. I spun on my heel and saw the man in black closing in on me. He had a bathrobe belt stretched between his hands. Okay, he's gonna kill her. That's how it ends. It doesn't matter, he shrugged. You were only supposed to send those numbskulls off and come here. I told you I wouldn't allow you to leave me, that I'd take you home and never let you out again. See? Duh! So I assume there's going to be a rescue attempt at some point, and that's going to be, like, how it ends. Like, she is so dumb. So incredibly dumb. I slapped him, ducking and running, but he grabbed me by the scruff of the neck and slammed me into the floor, quickly tying my arms. Then he sat on my back, satisfied with himself. With one hand, he held both my wrists above my head. If he's on top of her from behind, he'd be dislocating both her arms. While the other softly caressed the skin on my cheek. My little baby girl, so naive. Wow, I didn't think that line could get worse. I almost don't want to burn this because I want to have it for the burn video. I'm still gonna burn it, but I'm gonna try to remember it. I'm writing it down. I'm writing it down. And I feel like calling her naive is an insult to naive people. Because she's on, like, a whole other level. He purred, smirking. You really believed Eve was important to me, and that I'd give you the divorce. He pressed his lips against mine. I spat in his face. Oh, I see we're being feisty now. He licked my spittle off his lips and lifted me up roughly. We'll discuss the new rules when I return from my meeting. Meanwhile, you'll just lie here. Okay, so he's just gone full evil now. He tossed me to the bed and straddled me again. I've been thinking long and hard how to discredit that tattooed fuck. Why do you care about discrediting him? Just kill him. He reached up to the headboard and pulled out a thick chain. See what I have here? I ordered another set installed in our room. I know you like to play with it. He smiled, dangling a blindfold in my eyes. I thrashed, trying to break free, but he was too strong. After a while, I was strapped to all four columns of the bed, and Massimo was calmly getting dressed, glancing at my naked body. I love that view, he said, raising his brows. I'd fuck you right away, but I need to explain to Dominic and Olga that we're back together, and that they won't be seeing you for some time. I'll keep bringing you breakfast in bed and all that, like the good husband I am. So, yeah, he's just going full evil now, because I guess there was nothing else to do with him. Like, all of this is entirely predictable. Though I'm kind of surprised Book had the balls, because, like, most books would see him do some kind of redemption arc, but hey, if we don't get that, I actually can say nice things about it, because hey, at least you had the balls to make your evil character evil till the end, and they didn't, suddenly go, oh my god, so sorry for all the evil things I did, please forgive me. They're just evil to the end and they die being evil. I'm okay with that. More things should go that way. But for now, oh, I almost forgot to mark, because I have a feeling we're gonna get a lot of baby girls before the end of this. But for now, we got 2. Okay, I'm gonna try not to burn the part that I highlighted, because I want that. Okay. A little more over here. Okay, that's not too bad. Now let's see if we can not set the whole thing on fire. There we go. Okay, it's being nice for now. It's usually nice in the beginning, I've noticed. It gets more, like, flammable the more we go on. Oh, and actually we can do the third one as well, because it's on the back of the page. So, 1, 2, 3. There we go. So we're off to a good start. I'm trying to keep pace tonight, because we got a lot to get through, and I do want to read some of the other books, so... Click, click, click. He pulled on a black shirt. We don't want them poking their noses into our affairs, do we? Because if they do, I might stop playing nice. Now lie there and keep quiet. I'll be back in no time. He narrowed his eyes, staring at a point between my legs. I heard the door closing. My eyes watered. Oh dear God, what have I done? Yeah. Inebriated, I believed his story, in that little show he had prepared for me, in his lies, in the biggest lie of all, that the best, most gentle man I'd ever known was capable of hurting my dog. I couldn't move. Sobbing and wailing, furious with myself, I was beginning to surrender to panic. I had cheated on Nacho, yelled at him, sent his men away, and let myself get caught. Now he must think I was back with Massimo. There was no chance he'd come and rescue me. Okay, you're stupid if you think that. Especially that I'd picked up that damned phone and acted envious the day before back at the church. Not to mention hugging my husband and dancing that tango and taking long walks with him around the garden. I slammed my head into the pillow. It was the only part of my body I could still move. That motherfucker hadn't even covered me when he left, so I was splayed over the bed like some kind of sex doll, waiting for my lord and master. There's the tagline of the whole thing. There's the line of the whole thing, because that's all she's been from the beginning. She's just figuring it out now. Uh, See, darling, Massimo said when he returned. We have, darling, we're gonna have a lot of fire tonight. Fixing my crotch with a lustful stare. Together again, your friend is happy as a clam, my brother has breathed a sigh of relief, and you've generally made everyone happy by returning of your own free will. I'd be like plotting to slit his throat the second that I could. He covered me with the comforter. A doctor is going to be here any time. He's going to administer your IV. You need to eat up. An IV? Why would I need an IV? I asked. Let me go. Is he going to keep her drugged like 24/7? Don't be absurd, he said, wagging a finger at me. A future mother like you needs to remain calm and composed at all times. Oh, so he's planning to get her knocked up again, of course. He left before I could respond. I gave you some sedatives yesterday. Oh, at least he's admitting to it. Yeah, I totally drugged you. Duh. Massimo called from the bathroom. I need to keep you healthy so you can grow strong and can have another baby. So he's gone full like psychopath. I mean, he was before, but he was hiding it. I stared into the ceiling, panicking. If I had ever felt some, if I had ever felt kept somewhere against my will or locked up, it was nothing compared to what I was going through now. The thought of Massimo getting me pregnant, that I'd ever be with my colorful boy again, or return to what I had left on Tenerife, made me cry again. A great sob racked my body. The man in black returned to the room and sat at the edge of the bed. Why are you crying, baby girl? Oh, we're gonna wear this out so hard. It's like it knows it didn't have space to be evil. Oh, Jesus. Why is he being serious? It felt empty, lethargic, as if I was asleep or maybe comatose. But I could still see everything. I couldn't speak, move, or for a while even breathe. There was a knock at the door. The physician came inside. So we have another evil doctor in the mix, too, because, like, obviously. What struck me was that he wasn't a bit surprised at the state I was in. He must have seen worse in this house. There we go. So we have evil doctor. The good doctor will now administer some more sedatives. There we go. You'll sleep, and when you wake up, everything will be better. You'll see. What's he gonna? He's gonna do something horrible. Massimo said, stroking my cheek, and left. I sent the physician a pleading look. He didn't react, setting up the IV, then he gave me a shot. I blacked out. Each subsequent day looked the same. Oh, so this goes on for all the some time. I was not expecting that. The difference was I woke up without restraints. It didn't matter, though. The drugs Massimo kept giving me made me too weak to get out of bed. My husband fed me, washed me, and fucked me. All the time I couldn't move. So we've just gone like full nightmare scenario that we don't even have the time to really detail because that was like 3 lines covering probably a couple weeks. Like something's finally happening. Like you could have dragged this out for several chapters and that would have been way more interesting than all the bullshit nothingness that was in this book. Like why do bad books always do this? They've had the shit out of themselves and then in the last last 50 pages when things actually happen that should be detailed out and could be interesting and you could play with like her pleading with him and him maybe feeling sorry for her sometimes or just being evil, like you could draw it out like conversations between the two of them, her thinking about escaping, trying to figure out what his newest evil machinations are. That's interesting. Instead we got shopping and her fucking up a fashion company. Prolonged chemical restraints and not physical. New level of sinister unlocked. Dun dun dun! Yep. At least he's a creative kidnapper. He's tried it a different way every time. The most horrifying thing was that he didn't even mind that I just lay there immobile. I often cried when he did it. After around a week, I grew distant and only stared numbly at the wall. Sometimes I closed my eyes, thinking of Nacho. That's when it felt good. But I didn't want Massimo to think I smiled because of him, so I just switched off. Each day I prayed to die. See, her, descending into this would have been interesting. Hello, Deacon. To catch you up, Massimo definitely killed her dog. He has gone full psychopath and is keeping her drugged and borderline unconscious as a fuck doll at the house. And this has been going on for a week, and she's pretty much given up on life. One day I woke up feeling uncharacteristically fresh and strong. My head wasn't as heavy as it had been for the past weeks. I got out of bed. This in itself was a miracle. I sat on the edge of the mattress and waited for the world to stop spinning. Nice to see you in good spirits, the man in black said, walking out of the wardrobe. He planted a kiss on top of my head. Dominic and Olga went for their honeymoon. They'll be gone for 2 weeks. They've been here all this time? I asked, disoriented. Of course, but they thought you were in Messina. We lived there, remember? How do you imagine this works, Massimo? I asked. I was starting to think logically for the first time since the wedding. What will you threaten me with now? I narrowed my eyes as he came to a standstill in front of me, buttoning up his blazer. Nothing, he replied, shrugging. I've threatened you before with killing your parents, and despite that, you fell in love with me within 3 weeks. Do you think you won't be able to love me again? I haven't changed, baby girl. That is actually true. That is actually true. He has not changed, at all. She's just kind of realizing that, oh, this is actually who he is, this thing that he's been showing you the entire time. She's a very slow learner. Yeah, see, remove the word thinking, Deacon, then it'll make sense. We've got 2 more burnings. Wow, we are gonna seriously have a record on the burnings tonight. We might. The record is, damn it, I don't remember. Is it 14? I think it's 14. We'll see. Because we're getting there. We're getting there. We're up to 6 with Darling. Hey, don't burn the part that I highlighted. We've talked about this. And Baby Girl for a 5th time tonight. He's just really hammering it. Okay, don't breathe in the smoke. Yeah, that wasn't love, that was Stockholm Syndrome. Absolutely. And no, he never had a mask. He never did. He said, I don't care. That was an understatement. Yes. Have you been taking lessons from Butters on not giving a fuck? Because cats are the ultimate experts on that. But I have, I said. I love Nacho, not you. I think about him when you stick your dick inside me. I dream of him when I sleep, and I imagine him when I wake up. You may have my body, Massimo, but my heart is on Tenerife. I turned around and got up, walking across the room towards the bathroom. And I'd rather kill myself than give birth to a baby that would have to live with you. That was too much for him. He grabbed my neck and squeezed, slamming me against the wall. The fury in his eyes made them look like two bottomless pits. A bead of sweat formed on his brow. After a week of lying in bed, I really was weak. All I could do was wait, my feet dangling in the air. How strong is this guy? Laura, he hissed, setting me down. You can't forbid me from killing myself, I said as my eyes teared up. His hands loosened their grip. It's the only choice I still have, and that pisses you off, doesn't it? That you can't control it. Don't count on me staying alive much longer then. Okay, what he's gonna never tell your plans to your captors, is what I'm saying here. Because he's going to do something insane. Do we ever find out why she faints? Well, the fainting was because of whatever mystery heart condition that she no longer has. But we never did find out what the mystery heart condition specifically was. It was whatever we needed. It was whatever the author wanted it to do, heart condition, but we never got a name for it. But it's been gone since the beginning of this book because magic surgery. I'm very curious what the third movie, which we're watching tomorrow, by the way, anyone who wants to be there, tomorrow night, movie night, we're watching the third movie. But I'm very curious what it's going to be. It's about 85% of this book, there's no way in hell they can put in the movie. Not after Netflix got a hold of it and they tried to family friendly it, which is the dumbest thing you could do with this of all series, but they did. So, and they also changed the trajectory of the story and the plot lines in the second one, so they're stuck with that now. So it already diverges so much from the beginning of this. I don't know, is the third movie going to have any resemblance to this? And it's 2 hours long, I looked. I don't understand how these movies are so long. Massimo's expression changed into one of sheer despair and sorrow. He pulled away, fixing me with a stare. He understood now. No, he doesn't. I loved you once, Massimo. I was happy with you. I was saying, count on any positive reaction. But we lost each other at some point. I shrugged and slid down the wall, crumpling in a messy heap on the floor. You can't keep me here and keep doing all those horrible things. No, you can keep me here and keep doing all those horrible things, but at some point you'll lose interest in a sex doll. You'll want more, and I won't give it to you. Honey, you've been nothing but a sex doll from the beginning. You were just a more active one. How long do you want to fuck someone who doesn't react? He didn't respond. This isn't even about sex anymore. Why do you need me? You can have any woman on Earth. Eve, for example. Eve is a hooker, he growled. She was supposed to play a role. Well, fucking duh. Did you kill our dog? I asked, trying to catch him off guard with the change of subject. Yes. His eyes grew cold again. I kill people all the time and look them in the eyes as I do it. What was a stupid mutt compared to that? Okay, see, now he can survive the end of this book. I was already there, but now he really needs to die before the end of this. Let's see if we get our wish. I shook my head in disbelief. I didn't know that man at all. The memory of our first months seemed one big lie. How could I miss that he had been faking everything? The man standing in front of me now was a monster. A tyrant. How had he been able to pretend he loved me for so long? Or maybe it was just me. I just didn't want to see the truth. There it is! There it is! That's probably the most honest and intelligent thing she's said in the whole series. Yeah, you just didn't want to see it because it's all been right in front of your stupid face the whole time. You can do whatever you want, but one of my men will follow you wherever you go. The quay and anything outside the residence are off limits. And since you're planning to take your own life, which I cannot allow, the man following you will be trained in CPR and will bring you back. You know, that's not going to help if she slits her wrist, right? He rolled down his sleeves and pinned me with his black eyes, sighing and cupping my cheek. He kissed me on the mouth softly. Something died in me on New Year's Eve. Forgive me. With that, he left. I stayed in the room, dazed, completely taken aback by his changing moods. One minute he wanted to kill me, then he wanted me scared, and another I could nearly see the man that I had loved. I took a shower and got myself in order, pulling on shorts and a t-shirt. I went back to bed, switched the TV on, and started planning. The mansion didn't hold any secrets from me by that time. I knew it in and out. The garden, the grounds outside too. If Nacho could take me in the middle of the night, I would be able to escape on my own. No, she didn't really love him, but she doesn't know that. Alright. Number 5 or 6. Baby girl. Ah. Okay, now we're getting smoldery. Da-da-da. I ordered breakfast to the room, checking if Massimo hadn't been lying and would send one of his troglodytes after me. I ate and felt a bit better, in slightly better spirits. I went out in search of something that could help me. The only route outside was the terrace, but it was on the 3rd floor. I glanced down and decided that falling from such a height would end in death or at least lasting injury. That was way out of the question. Yeah, 3rd floor is too high. But you know what? Making a rope out of the sheets still a thing. I rummaged through the apartment and found nothing of use. And suddenly something dawned on me. If he could pretend, I could too. Maybe it would take some time, but at least there was a chance in a month or two I'd be able to find a moment when he'd let his guard down. However, would Nacho wait that long? Would he even listen to me after I'd cut him off and accused him of terrible things? Or maybe I had nowhere to run. Another wave of tears flooded my eyes. I rolled up in the duvet and pressed my head into the pillow, waiting for sleep to come. I woke up in the evening. If not for the fact that I would have preferred to never regain consciousness again, I'd probably have been angry at myself for sleeping through the day. Massimo was sitting in the armchair, his eyes fixed on me. Back in the day, it had been normal, especially when he returned from business and waited for me to open my eyes to surprise me. Yeah, him sitting in the dark staring at you while you sleep. It's just never creepy at all. Hi, I whispered in a coarse voice. It was supposed to sound affectionate. What's the time? I was just about to wake you up. Dinner's going to be served in a moment. I'd like you to eat with me. All right, just let me get myself in order, I replied meekly. I want to talk, he added, pushing himself up. See you in an hour in the garden. Oh, great. Yeah, troglodyte is, it's a good word. He wanted to talk. What was there still to talk about? I had my instructions. I rolled my eyes and went to the bathroom. Dinner was the perfect time to start making my plan a reality. Even if Nacho wouldn't wait, I'd run back home or even further. At least I'd be free. Later I'd tell Olga, she'd tell Dominic, and maybe he'd be able to do something about it. And if not, I'd disappear. How has the waiting for Dominic to control his psychotic older brother been so far? Because we've tried that several times. I dug through the wardrobe looking for a black, nearly translucent dress, the one I'd had on during my first dinner with Massimo. Of course, the outfit wouldn't be complete without red lace underwear. I applied some makeup, red lipstick, and dark eyeshadow, tied my hair in a smooth bun, and slid my feet into a pair of stilettos. I looked amazing. Simply perfect. Just like my husband liked me. Well, maybe besides the fact that I'd been drugged for the past couple of days and now had the unmistakable charm of a drug addict. I took a deep breath and headed downstairs. Just past the door, I nearly walked into the largest man I'd ever seen. My jaw dropped. I hadn't known people could grow to such sizes. I passed the ogre and started walking. He followed me. My husband told you to follow me, I asked without turning back. Yes, the ogre rumbled. Where is he? In the garden waiting for you. Good. I picked up my pace. The sound of my stilettos on the marble floor was an omen of the coming cataclysm. If Torricelli wanted to play, I'd play him like a fiddle. And I don't think that's going to work out for you. The air was hot outside. I hadn't left the air-conditioned villa for a long time and had nearly forgotten just how warm the weather on Sicily could be, even after sundown. I slowed down, knowing Massimo could probably hear me approaching, even though he had his back turned on me. Candles were lit on the long table. Their shimmering glow softly illuminated the beautifully set table. My husband rose and turned to look at me. He froze. Good evening, I said, passing him by. He followed and pulled a chair out for me. I took my seat, and a waiter appeared out of nowhere to pour me a glass of champagne. Massimo narrowed his eyes and gracefully sat down next to me. I might have hated that man with all my heart, but I couldn't help but notice that he looked breathtaking. Fucking stop it. I'm sorry. If you hate someone, you are not also clocking how handsome they are for the 9,000th time. His off-white linen pants, a shirt of the same color with the top few buttons undone, the sleeves rolled up, and a silver rosary around his neck. What hypocrisy! A man so ruthless and cruel and evil carrying a holy symbol. You're very provocative, baby girl. There we go. I'm gonna run out of space. Just like before. You intend to tease me now, too. I'm just refreshing your memory, I replied, raising my brows and skewering a piece of meat. I wasn't hungry at all, but my new role required me to act normal, so I made myself chew the morsel. I have a proposal for you, baby girl. Yep, we're just wearing it out. Like we ordered this a number of times. We're gonna use them all, god damn it. Yep. He said, reclining in his seat. Give me one night with you, but the way you were before. Then I'll set you free. Alright, what the fuck is he up to? My eyes widened and I dropped my fork. He was being serious. I don't understand, I stammered. I'd like to feel that you're mine one last time. After that, if you want, you can leave. He's gonna kill her. He reached out for a glass and took a sip. I can't keep you locked up. I don't want to. You know why? Because the truth is, you are not, and never have been, my salvation. You were never in my visions after I got shot. I just saw you that day. Okay, so were we saying he didn't have visions after getting shot? That he was lying for being in them? Okay, I'm sorry, but that doesn't explain. He had paintings of her in his house. He had told other people about the woman in the visions. So either he was having visions but not of her, or the author forgot several confirming plot points from her own first book. Because other people knew about the visions and said when they saw her, like, oh my god, we didn't think you were real, but yeah, you look exactly how he described. You look exactly like the paintings on the wall. So he's lying now, or the author is just that bad at remembering her own story. Why is thirsting over the person you should be running away from a thing? Yes! Yes, Adele, thank you. That's exactly my point. You would not be thirsting over this monster who is keeping her drugged and in bed and chained to the bed and raping her daily and say, I'm going to get you knocked up and force you to bear my child. Like, You would not be lusting. I don't care if he's the best looking person ever. You would not be finding them hot. I narrowed my eyes, startled. Is she going to fall for this? Because, like, Croatia, 5 years ago. He leaned in closer. I froze. Martin and I had been on vacation in Croatia 5 years previously. My heart started hammering. You lied. How typical. So he did see her, like, that day, and then saw her again and just went, I guess I want to have that. But the visions were real. Unless you're a brainwashed, which they did not establish. They set up the perfect circumstance for her to be brainwashed, and it's clear that she is. Book just never admits it. At least not yet. We'll see. You got like 41 pages left. Ugh. The cold snap is maybe a little stiffy. I blurted out nonsensically, hoping that he was bluffing and that this piece of information was just something his people had dredged out of nowhere. No, I found out by accident. He crossed his legs and sat back. When we lost the baby, I didn't know how to live with that. Mario tried his best to bring me back. The organization needed me, especially after Fernando was shot and all families started looking at me suspiciously. That's when Mario came up with hypnosis? What in the fuck are we about to... What in the actual fucking fuck? And Cape did him, even more confused. I know this sounds stupid. That does not... Note to all authors, having a character say, I know this sounds stupid, does not prevent or excuse the following sounding stupid. But I didn't care anymore. He could have killed me for all I cared. Massimo shrugged. The therapy was effective. On one of the sessions, I just saw it. Saw you. The real you. How do you know it isn't just another projection? I asked, annoyed, as if I wanted to be this man's salvation after all that had transpired. I rolled my eyes at the sound of my own voice, but his words were just so absurd, I had to listen to the end. Now you think he's absurd, not all the crap before, but now. Are you sad? He asked. I looked at him impassively and snorted with derision. My heart broke to baby girl. Just gotta hammer it in as many times as possible. I understand now that it hadn't been fate that brought us together, just coincidence. Forgive me. You were at a party in one of my hotels dancing with another girl. Martin was there too. We left a meeting and were standing on the terrace 1 floor above you. You didn't see us. He sipped his wine and glanced at me. It was the weekend. You were wearing a white dress. I pressed my back against the backrest, trying to calm my breathing. I remembered that day. It had been a few days before my birthday. And how could he know that? How could he remember something after so many years? That shocked expression didn't leave my face. There's something called regression in hypnosis. It allows you to go back to any point in your life. That's not how that fucking works. But we have magic hypnosis now because we just needed more magic stupid shit right at the end of this book. We needed to go back to my death. He leaned in closer. After I saw you, I was dead. Do you understand? I kept my eyes trained on him, frozen in terror. Was this just another one of his games? Or was this finally the truth? Does it matter? Why are you telling me this? To explain why I don't care about you anymore. Yeah, he's playing her. You were just a phantom. The last image I saw before I was shot. A memory. Nothing special. He shrugged. I'll set you free because I don't need you anymore. But before that happens, I want to take you. I want to feel you, as my wife, one last time. Not out of compulsion. I don't want to make you do anything you don't want to do. It has to be your decision. After that, you'll be free. The choice is yours. Yeah, he's gonna kill her. This is the type of free that he is talking about. Does anybody doubt this? What guarantee do I get this isn't another one of your games? I'll sign the divorce papers and send the entire staff away. He slid an envelope across the table closer to me. The papers are here. Then he took out his phone and dialed a number, saying, Mario, take everyone to Messina. Then the man in black rose to his feet and offered me a hand. Let's take a walk. I put down a napkin I had been holding and took his hands, feeling a shiver run down my spine. Massimo led me across the garden until we reached the driveway. His men were boarding their huge black SUVs. I watched the scene in astonishment. Mario was the last to leave. He nodded at me and stepped inside a black Mercedes. They left the two of us alone. Okay, it's a huge house. You don't know that there's not other people there. But let's burn some things, shall we? Alright, we've got 3 here. Oh, wait. Okay, we've got 2 that we can do now. 1 I can't yet because it'll burn something I haven't read yet. But here we go again. Baby girl and baby girl. See, why can't they all burn that nicely? Yeah, what is even going to be in the movie? Because they can't show him keeping her captive like that. They can't show the dog. They can't show any of the other rape stuff. They can't show any of the shootings. Like, I don't know what they're gonna. I really don't know what they're gonna show. It would be finding them hot like a demon core, and staying away from that radioactive mess. Yeah, that's the correct. Yep, Sethiel's got the right read on that one. I still don't know if this is a trick. I shook my head. Let's find out. Massimo led me inside the house and walked through the inside the house and walked through the entire residence, showing me various nooks and crannies. I followed barefoot with my shoes in my hand. It took us over an hour to tour the entire estate. It was deserted. Yeah, that's so he can kill you without witnesses, you stupid bitch. He walked back to the table. Massimo poured us more champagne and then came to a halt, sending me an expectant look. All right. I ripped open the envelope, looking inside. Let's assume I agree. What do you expect of me? I scanned through the documents. They were all written in Polish. He wasn't lying. Unless he throws them in the fireplace. Again, stupid. I didn't understand everything, but it looked like my husband, for once, wouldn't renege on his word. Yeah, I don't understand this, but I'm going to assume that he's telling me the truth. That's smart. I want the woman who loved me, for one night. He dropped his eyes, staring into the glass he was turning in his fingers. I want to feel you kiss me passionately. I want you to fuck me like you need me. He sighed deeply. Are you able to remember how it felt when I still brought you pleasure? I swallowed, thinking, then put the papers down and looked at him. He really was serious. I considered his proposal. The thought of having sex with him again was paralyzing and terrifying, but on the other hand, I had done so many things with this man. Maybe one more night wouldn't hurt. Yeah, what was in the first glass of champagne? Just a few hours and I'd be off. I would leave this place once and for all, but first, one last time. Hundreds of memories, an inhuman exertion, but freedom awaited. I looked at Massimo, wondering if I was strong enough, if my acting skills were good enough to play that last part. He was a beautiful man, but the only thing I felt was revulsion. The hate that burned inside me was more likely to make me kill him than kill him in the act than continue pretending to be his loving wife. Finally, reason overcame heart. Cold calculation won over emotion. You can do it, I said to myself. Here we go. No, she never loved him. It's all Stockholm Syndrome, but he's also stupid, so. Like, nobody in this really has a functioning brain. He's just evil as well. Okay, that is the 9th time we have burned the word baby girl tonight. We are already up to, we're definitely, if it keeps like this, we're breaking the record for sure. Because we're already up to 10. We've had 10 burnings so far. And Deacon, it's okay you didn't pre-watch the movie. We're going to watch it tomorrow anyway. You can see it for the first time with the rest of us while we make fun of it and throw things at the screen. Okay, I said, but no bindings, no drugs, and no chains. And no alcohol. Oh, I'd be getting hella drunk. All right. Massimo nodded and reached out with a hand. But we do it where I want. I got up and put my shoes on. He led me into the house. My heart was pounding as we walked through a maze of corridors, which I knew which room would be first. And I wanted to throw up at the thought of what was coming. Like, which? Massimo closed the door to the library behind us and walked to the fireplace. I don't even remember there being a library. I was so nervous, I had to consciously keep myself from puking. I was shivering. I felt like a whore. A hooker that had to please her most hated customer. That is more or less what you're doing. And you are whoring yourself. I mean, you're getting a divorce and, like, probably money out of it. Like, again, he's gonna kill her. Like, this is bullshit, but the man in black gently cut my cheek and leaned in, waiting for consent. That's first in this series. My lips were parted, and my breath dried the skin on them with every exhalation. My tongue flicked out to moisten them, and that was Massimo's cue. He pushed his tongue onto my mouth. I felt a jolt of electrical energy coursing through our joined bodies. It was a strange feeling. I hated this man with all my heart after all. I returned the kiss, fighting down the bile in my throat as he pushed deeper, mistaking my response for approval. With a swift motion, Massimo turned me around, kissing the back of my neck, and ran his hand down my thigh and then up again, stopping on the lace surface of my underwear. Is the last, like, 30 pages of this going to be all sex? Because I will vomit. I remembered the Tums, but I may still puke. I love it, he breathed, touching the fabric. I felt goosebumps. This is my drug. He faced me again and kissed me passionately. His long fingers slid into me, separating my labia and pressing against my clitoris. I moaned theatrically and felt him smiling. I pretended that he was turning me on like before. He rubbed against my sweet spot and I kissed him. I need to feel you, he whispered, lowering me onto the soft couch. With a quick motion, I knew there would be blowjobs, because of course. With a quick motion, he unzipped his pants, fell over me, and skewered me with his prick. At least, we found a new word from impaling. Now we have skewered. Is that better or worse? I can't decide. I cried out, pressing my head into the pillow as Massimo closed his hands over my hips and started fucking me fast and rough. I squirmed and scratched his back with my nails. His cold eyes were focused on my face. My own eyes glazed over. His silhouette blurred. I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to take this anymore. Then I saw Nacho, smiling, amused, in tattoos. My colorful boy who treated me like a goddess. I felt a pain in my abdomen. I was doing my best to keep the act up, but I didn't want to open my eyes again. If I did, a stream of tears would be released, and then the plan would crumble to pieces. Massimo's hard cock was ripping me apart. It was torture. I can't, I sobbed and burst out in tears. Massimo froze with a shocked expression. For an instant, he didn't move. Then he suddenly pulled out, stood up, and zipped up his pants. Wow, I'm very, very surprised. Go to sleep then, he hissed. I brought my legs together and curled up. Our agreement is off. He turned his back on me and went to the desk. I was barely able to get up from the couch. My legs buckled under me. I traveled the labyrinth of corridors and went back to our apartment. In the wardrobe, I tore my dress off and changed into a t-shirt and a pair of cotton briefs before staggering to bed and wrapping myself in the duvet, sobbing. I was so ashamed. I hated myself. How stupid and naive I had been to think that this man had any honor. I lay in bed, sobbing and thinking about all the ways I could kill myself. Which one would be the most painless? I closed my eyes. Suddenly, a large, strong hand clamped over my mouth. I cried out, but it stifled the sound. Oh, Tattoo Boy has come to save her. Be quiet, Bee. Yep. He's arrived. What the fuck, and cat ran over the keyboard. Skewered is worse. Yeah, I think I agree with you. How many pages and what font size? I don't know. I think this is probably 12 point. It's most books I think are 12-point font. We got about 35, including the epilogue, about 35 pages. I'm going as fast as I can because I'm trying to get. I want to read a little bit of the other book tonight because we're reading that at the end of every book until we get through it. The words made me go rigid. Another wave of tears came, stronger than the one before. But those weren't tears of despair. They meant hope. The hand slid off my face. I could breathe again, and immediately pressed myself against my savior. He was here with me. I could smell the mint on his breath as I hugged him closely. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I repeated frantically. His chest was heaving. Later, he whispered, we need to go now. I couldn't, I couldn't let him go. Not now, when I had finally had him at my side, when his every breath was proof that he was really here, that this wasn't a dream. He tried pulling away, but there was no force that could split us apart now. I held Nacho with all my strength. Lara, he can come back at any time. All his men went to Messina, I stammered. We're alone. No, we're not, he replied. I froze. His entire army is waiting about a mile outside the mansion. We have literal minutes before they return. He lied to you again. Well, fucking duh. I lifted my head, trying to see through the darkness. Did you hear everything? I asked, and thought of him knowing what had happened. The thought of him knowing what had happened made my heart break into a million little pieces. It's not important now. Get dressed right away. He lifted himself from the bed and gently pushed me towards the wardrobe. I didn't switch the lights on, reaching for my shorts and a pair of sneakers. Then I ran back to the bedroom, afraid if I wasn't quick enough, he'd disappear. The Canarian's hand grabbed me as I passed the door. He pulled me into the bathroom and locked the door behind us. The pale light inside finally allowed me to see him. He wore military attire, like a Navy SEAL. Oh, that's gonna look straight on film. His face was covered in black paint. Okay. There was a submachine gun strapped to his back and another two guns on his chest. He took one out of the holster and handed it to me. You need to go through the main door. The rest is locked. He thumbed the safety off. If you see anyone, shoot. Don't think, just shoot. Understood? It's the only way we leave here alive and return home. Home. I repeated the word, feeling another stream of tears cascade down my cheeks. Don't waste time crying, Laura. I'll be right behind you. Nobody's going to shoot you. He kissed me, and the touch of his warm lips stopped the tears. I nodded and headed to the stairs, opened the door, and took a look around. There was nobody there. With my shoulder sliding along the wall, I moved down the corridor, listening to the sound of footsteps from behind. There was nothing. I was about to turn around and return to the apartment when I recalled Nacho's words. He told me he'd be right behind me. Reassured, I continued ahead, squeezing the gun in my hand, fearing I'd have to use it. I went one floor down and breathed a sigh of relief. There was nobody in the house. Slowly and soundlessly, I took the stairs before launching myself into a run to the main door. I was a couple of feet from freedom. That's when the door to the library opened and a beam of light spilled over the corridor. Massimo materialized before me. I extended my arms, aiming the gun at him. He was lost for words, frozen, glaring at me angrily. I can't believe it, he finally managed. We both know you wouldn't dare. He made a step towards me. I pulled the trigger. A silencer whizzed, and a flower pot just to Massimo's side exploded in 1,000 pieces. She missed from that distance. The man in black stopped. Yes, read the brain faster. I bet she gets shot since he said that. Yep, probably. I'm betting she get like one of like there's like really only 3 options here. Either she escapes with Nacho. I predict that Nacho has gone to kill Massimo, or he's about to. Nacho and Massimo kill each other, and she's left alive. She gets caught in the crossfire, and then the two of them kill each other or themselves. Like, there's not, like, good options here. Don't move, I hissed. I have enough reasons to kill you as it is. I don't need another one. You're a sick, evil bastard, and I hate you, I said with conviction, though my arms were shaking so badly I wouldn't have hit him if he were 1,000 feet tall. I'm leaving you. If you want to live, get back into the motherfucking library and lock the door behind you. Massimo laughed, putting his hands in his pockets. I taught you how to shoot, he said with something like pride in his voice. You won't kill me. You're too weak. He took another step forward. I closed my eyes, preparing to shoot him. She won't, I heard Nacho's voice behind me, but I can. The barrel of his gun appeared from the darkness. His strong hand moved me to the side. I've waited for this moment for so long, Massimo, Nacho said, stepping in front of me. I wanted to kill you on Ibiza that day. I warned you on Ibiza that I'd fulfill my promise. Massimo stopped, rooted to the spot. His hate was palpable. Nacho gave me his hand and pulled me to the front again. Get inside, he said, pointing the man in black to the library. Run to the driveway, Laura. Ivan's waiting there for you. Don't look back, just run. My heart was racing, but my legs didn't want to listen to my brain. I froze. The last thing I wanted was to leave him here. Nacho, I stammered. We'll talk at home, he barked, keeping his eyes on Massimo, and pushed me towards the hall. I took a step, but something still wasn't allowing me to leave. 'Cause she's really stupid. The last week was perfect, the man in black said, looking straight at me. I haven't fucked this much for ages. I love that little ass of yours. He leaned casually against the doorframe. Run, Laura, Nacho growled, trying to get shot now because, I fucked her like an animal. She was unconscious, strapped to a bed. But when she woke up, she begged for more. So now we're just doing the douchebag thing. Massimo was saying. He laughed ominously. We both know you won't get out of here alive, Matos. That was enough. I shot out and slammed Massimo on the jaw with the handle of my gun. He fell stunned. Blood poured down his face. I slammed the door shut. Either we go together or I stay, I cried, grabbing Nacho's wrist. He burst into motion, sprinting to the door and pulling me with him. A few seconds later, I heard the library door open with a loud bang. We were already on the stairway when the first shot came. Marcello kept running. I needed to keep up. We were right in front of the main entrance when Mario suddenly appeared in our way. Before Nacho managed to raise his gun, Mario aimed his own firearm at us. The only thing I could see was the dark abyss of its barrel. Please, I sobbed. The old man sent me an icy look. I don't want to be here. I can't take it anymore. My voice broke and tears streaked down my cheeks. I heard Massimo's steps behind us. He's a monster. I'm terrified. The only two sounds were Nacho's breathing and Massimo's steps closing in. And then Mario lowered his gun, sighed deeply, and moved out of our way. Okay, so he's dead. None of this would have happened if his father had lived, he said, and retreated into the darkness. Nacho grabbed my wrist again. We rushed outside. Ivan joined us and threw me roughly over his shoulder before racing to the quay. End of chapter. Brief stretch break. Okay, we now have 31 pages left. And I still have a puppy who's exhausted from his stint in jail today. It was one of those times where he knew exactly what he did. He also is not a fan of how cold it is. Because he really enjoyed those few days where it was ridiculously hot because that's how he would like it to be all the time. Chapter 19. Oh. I slowly opened my eyes, afraid of what I would see. The memory of last night was fresh in my head, but only until the moment we boarded the boat. After that, I remembered nothing. Maybe something went wrong and I was back in Massimo's room. I inhaled and looked around. Tears blurred my vision. It was our hideaway, the beach house. Rays of sun were illuminating the room through half-closed blinds, and the wonderful smell of the ocean spilled inside. So, like, okay, so I didn't think he would actually get away with her, but, uh, like, is Massimo gonna show up and, like, storm the beach and they're still gonna have a shootout or something stupid? Because I don't think we're just gonna have 30 pages of them being happy. I turned my head and saw Nacho. He was sitting in the armchair by the bed. He leaned forward, propping his head on his hands, watching me without a word. I'm sorry, I whispered. I have a proposal for you. Like, give a girl a minute, seriously. He said so gravely my heart nearly stopped. Let's not talk about it ever again. I can only suspect what you went through. If you still don't want me to kill him, just don't talk to me about it. He stood up, swallowed loudly, and knitted his brow. Unless you've changed your mind. Yeah, seriously, why isn't she letting him kill him? Like, why? Why have we left him alive? If I had changed it, I would have shot the bastard in the face yesterday. I sighed, sitting up. Everything that happened on Sicily was my fault, Nacho. It was my own stupidity. I'm not saying she's not stupid, but we're not gonna victim blame. He sent me a curious look. I believed Massimo's lies and brought danger upon you. But he planned it so good. I'll understand if you don't want to be with me anymore. You told me you were in love with me, he replied. What? I asked, dumbfounded. After Olga's wedding, when you were screaming at me through the phone, you told me you were in love with me. His eyes sparked with amusement. I dropped my head, lacing my fingers. What was I to say? My wall had just fallen, and the man sitting in front of me was stripping me of the lies I had been feeding myself for months. I didn't want to love him. I was afraid of it, but I was even more scared that he might discover the truth. B, Nacho said, sitting next to me on the bed. He lifted my chin with a finger. I was drunk and drugged, I blurted out. The Canarian raised his brows, fixing me with a stare of his emerald eyes. So you were lying. The corners of his mouth lifted a fraction. Christ, I breathed, trying to avoid his eyes. I held my chin firmly, making me look into his eyes again. So, I'm trying to apologize for acting like an idiot, and you're asking me if I'm in love with you. He nodded with a grin. You're the idiot if you haven't noticed what I feel for you yet. I was starting to smile too. Okay, so I guess, yeah, maybe we're just gonna do the happily ever after thing, but I suspect not. Of course I've noticed. I just want you to finally say it. He cut my cheek. Marcelo Nachos Matos, I said seriously. For a long time, at least for the past couple of weeks, I paused and he waited with bated breath. Totally and completely, blindly in love with you. Ugh. The grin that appeared on his face was the brightest and widest I'd ever seen. But that's not all. Each day I fall more in love with you. I shrugged. I can't help it. It's your fault. The tattooed hands closed around my ankles and pulled me down on the bed. Nacho hung above me, propped on his arms, looking me in the eyes. I want you so bad, he breathed, brushing my lips with his. But first, you need to see a doctor. I'm afraid you might be too exhausted. By the way, if you hear fireworks, it's because it's American holiday, but it was Canadian holiday last weekend, so the whole week has just been fireworks, and they'll be going until Monday. The memories of the last days flew through my head with the speed of a hurricane. I tried stopping the tears, but couldn't. The more I thought about it, the more I felt guilty, and the worst came last. Massimo had been doing all that for a reason, and I was off the pill. Oh, great. Now are we going to have the I don't know who the daddy is moment? My face contorted in an expression of terror. Nacho pulled away immediately. What's going on? Oh, God, I sobbed, hiding my face in my hands. Talk to me, kiddo. He pulled my hands away. I might be pregnant, Nacho, I said, seeing my words cause him physical pain. He gritted his teeth and dropped his head, getting up and walking out. I stayed in the bed a moment later, the chaotic thoughts still thrashing around in my head. When he came back wearing colorful when he came back wearing colorful swimming trunks. I'm going for a swim, he said and headed to the door. He slammed it so hard it practically splintered. Will this ever end? I thought and shook my head, covering myself with the comforter. I couldn't my hide from my own thoughts, though, and there was one question that kept appearing in my mind. What if I was... No, it was unthinkable. I'd do anything to sever my ties from that monster. I reached for the phone Nacho had left and searched the web for a solution. Well, there is a morning after pill that is effective up to 7 days, I'm pretty sure. Fortunately, it turned out there was something I could still use, and it wasn't invasive at all. There were some pills that should do the job. I sighed with relief and put the phone back down. God loved me after all. Wow, some religious people are gonna have a serious problem with that line. Maybe he didn't give me the best luck, but at least I was smart enough to cope. Nope, not even close to true. Now to calm Nacho down. I went to the wardrobe and changed, putting on a very revealing G-string and surfing shirt. I brushed my tied my hair in a tall bun and grabbed a surfboard, carrying it to the sea. The ocean was stormy, as if mirroring the mood of that godling that was now cutting through the waves on his board. Focused and sexy as hell. Nothing diminishes this woman's sex drive at all, ever. I strapped the leash to my ankle and paddled towards him. Reaching the spot where the waves were breaking, I straddled the board and waited. Nacho had to see me, but I wanted it to be his decision to swim closer. He didn't make me wait long. Several minutes later, he was right by my side, watching me with a composed expression. I'm sorry, I said again. He rolled his eyes. Would you stop already? There was annoyance in his eyes now. I don't want to think about this anymore. Each time you apologize, it just reminds me of what happened. We need to talk, Marcello. Don't fucking call me Marcello, he screamed, startling me. See, he's not any better. Did we find out if she was in a cult at one time? It wouldn't surprise me. I suddenly grew angry, but I didn't want to argue. To keep my composure, I started paddling back to shore. I'm sorry, B, he called out, but I didn't stop. I reached the beach and threw the board to the sand before rushing back home. I came to a halt in the kitchen, propping my arms over the counter. My chest heaved. I cursed. That, that's when his strong arms turned me around and pushed me against the cold surface of the fridge. When you hung up on me, Nacho said, touching his forehead to mine, I felt my world crashing down. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think straight. Then, when Ivan called me and told me what had happened, I was terrified. He said you were drunk and on some drugs. You didn't want to listen to reason, and that Torricelli took you away. I thought you went back to him. Left me. I raised my eyebrows, shocked. Don't look at me like that, Nacho said, pulling away a bit. You thought I cut up your dog. I flew to Sicily, but that house of his is a fucking fortress, and the army he got just to keep me away complicated things. It took me a while to prepare everything. Besides, Dominic and Olga's behavior fooled me. They were calm and acted normal, so I had doubts. I hesitated. Until they left and I overheard one of Massimo's phone calls. Then everything became clear. I cobbled together a plan to rescue you. Did you hear our conversation in the garden? I asked. Nacho said nothing, looking at his feet. Did you? I did, he replied in a whisper. Nacho. I cupped his face and kissed him softly. It was the only way for me to break free. You know I didn't do it for pleasure. I looked into his eyes, but they were empty. I'm scared, I whispered. I'm scared that you'll distance yourself after that. You'd be right to. I turned around, rubbing my temples. I'd understand if you did. I took a step towards the bedroom, but he reached out to me. He took me in his arms and hugged me, lifting me in the air. I wrapped my legs around his hips. So are you in love or not? He asked seriously, passing through the door. How many times do I have to say it? I sent him an irritated look. As many as it takes for it to turn into, I love you, he replied and laid me down on the wide sunbed behind the house. I'll make love to you now if you'll allow me. Well, somebody who actually asks. His lips stretched into a smile and he kissed me. I've been dreaming of it for days. I tore off my wet shirt. There wasn't a time you weren't with me. I put my hands on his hairless head and pulled him in. His warm, minty tongue caressed my own, and his tattooed hands reached for his swimming trunks. He pulled them off without breaking the kiss. With the corner of my eye, I could see how ready he was. "You're that glad to see me?" I asked playfully, raising an eyebrow. Nat straightened up, looming over me. "Open your mouth, please," he said with a smile and grabbed his thick cock with his right hand. Oh, we just couldn't we just couldn't get out of this without one more blowjob. We just couldn't. Just couldn't just not no not possible. I lay back comfortably and did as he asked. Nacho knelt over my head and made me slide a few inches down. When my head was when my head touched the soft surface of the sunbed, he closed in and allowed me to kiss the hard tip of his manhood. I wanted to slide it deeper, but he withdrew. Slowly, he breathed and closed in again, gently putting his hard cock on my tongue. "Can I push in deeper?" he asked with a charming smile. I nodded. He slid in an inch. I started sucking. A bit more. He was waiting for consent. His breath quickened. Wow, we got all the way to the end of the series and we finally have what might be a consensual sex scene. I clasped my hands on his buttocks and pulled him closer, making his penis push down my throat. "Keep your beautiful hands right where they are now," he said, propping his arms on the headrest. He pushed harder with every moment. His scent and taste and the sight of him above me were turning me on so bad. I thought my head would explode. My nails bit into his tattooed buttocks. Nacho hissed and shot me a look from under half-closed eyelids. He thrust with his hips, sliding his cock all the way down, and stopped. I tried swallowing, but his manhood was blocking its way. I couldn't breathe. Ah. "Use your nose, B," he said with a chuckle, seeing me choking on his prick. "And don't move." If something is totally blocking your throat, can you still breathe through your nose? I'm not sure that's how that works. Gracefully, he twisted around, keeping his cock down my throat, and a moment later his tongue was tracing a line down my stomach, aiming between my thighs. Even doing a 69, his dick was simply too long. I kept choking on. Why is this a thing? Why? Somebody explain to me why guys in erotica always have to have super thick, super long dicks. Why? Again, go out on the street, poll like 100,000 women. I promise you, massive dick is like if you ask for their top 5, even top 10 things in the perfect man, in the guy that you want for a sex fantasy, that kind of perfect. Like, big dick is not going to be in there. To a point, you can breathe kind of, sort of, for, was it for like 1 minute, maybe 2, before you pass out? Yeah, it's not a great solution. Okay. I recalled the first time I had given him a blowjob. His was like that, but he was on top now. His slender fingers hooked around my G-string and started to slowly slide it off. I couldn't wait for his tongue to start its dance in me. But as I was completely immobilized, the only way I could express my desire was by sucking him harder. I worked him like a maniac, putting all my skill and strength into it. That didn't seem to impress Nacho. He kept his composure and pulled down my panties. Does a G-string even count as panties? When the wet piece of fabric finally flew to the ground, the Canarian spread my thighs as far as they would go and pressed his lips to my clitoris. My cry was stifled by the penis in my mouth. Nacho was greedy. His tongue slid into every crevice of my wet pussy, and his teeth briefly brushed against my clit. Oh God, how wonderful it was. His lips were perfect, as if made for pleasuring a woman. He licked 2 of his fingers and pushed them inside me. Dazed by that, I raised my hips. With his free hand, Nacho pressed me down. With the other, he assaulted me ruthlessly. I could feel that whirlwind of ecstasy I was so addicted to starting to spin inside me. Everything around me blurred. Nothing else mattered. Nothing. My man was giving me pure bliss, and that was the only thing I wanted to focus on. The orgasm was just around the corner when the movement between my legs stopped. Nacho got up and faced me. You're getting distracted, he said with a disarming smile, licking his lips. If you don't get back to what you were doing, I swear I'm going to get violent. He laughed and dismounted me. I sighed with disappointment. Nacho, I protested as he took his place between my legs. I'm going to come soon, he breathed, entering me. I threw my head back and opened my mouth. No sound came out of it. And so are you. But you know I need to see you. He kissed me and burst into motion, fucking me with the speed of a machine gun. There's an image. Yes, it's glorified. Yes, G-string is glorified floss. It does not count as panties. Also, I've never worn one. I never will. But they've always struck me as just being horribly, horribly uncomfortable and potentially very painful. Like chafing is the concern. And also, I do not fucking get the point of them. I really don't. Because I'm sorry, you're not preserving your modesty or being, like, not indecently exposed or anything. If you're wearing a G-string in public, you are indecently exposed, but there are some places where that's allowed, and that's fine. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but don't pretend that it's fucking covering anything. Like, you are naked with decoration. It's like, nipple clamps with bells on it. You're still topless. Now it's occurring to me I don't know where I have a little bag with all my nipple like clamps and stuff in it, and I don't know where it is. This is disturbing. I'm also in the process of making spiked panties to go with my spiked bra, but I mean actual panties that actually cover the booty and the front and everything. But I got black spikes that are gonna go. See? There's 100 of them. I don't know if I will use them all, but we'll see. And yes, they are steel. They are metal. They are not sharp. They're the same. They're the same as the other ones, just black instead of silver. Completely losing my place. His one leg was propped in the sand, the other one was bent at the knee and on the sunbed. He lifted my leg by the ankle and threw it over his shoulder, pushing inside me even deeper. His lips kissed my foot and my calf. His green eyes were focused on my face, full of love and desire. That's when his cock found that special spot that took me over the edge. I orgasmed, taking his head into my hands and kissing him as deeply as I could. Nacho's hips kept hammering, and after an instant I felt him spilling inside me with a warm wave. We clung to each other, overwhelmed with orgasms, and our bodies became one. After a while we came to our senses. Our movements grew slower and then came to a standstill. The Canarian collapsed onto me, kissing my collarbone and then putting his head on my chest. I missed you, he whispered. I know, I missed you too. I stroked his back, slowly calming my breathing. I have a gift for you. It's back at the residence. He pushed himself up and pulled out of me. His eyes sparkled with good humor. Of course we can stay here if you want. I do, I replied, pulling him in and relishing the sound of the waves crashing over the beach. Okay, just making sure I haven't forgotten to burn anything before we get too far. I don't think so. No, I think we're good. We spent the next few days in our hideaway. Nacho didn't work. He didn't do much aside from fussing over me. He cooked, made love to me, taught me surfing, and played violin. We sunbathed, talked, and fooled around like kids. Several times he brought the horses. Once after I asked really nicely, he took me to the stud farm. I watched him tend to the animals, brushing them and talking to them. They nuzzled their heads with him, feeling his love for them, and in turn trying to show him their gratefulness. Eventually, there came a day when I woke up alone and found Nacho in the kitchen sitting by the counter. As soon as his eyes found mine, I knew our retreat into paradise was finished. He wasn't angry and didn't ho- and I wasn't angry and didn't hold it against him. He had obligations after all. We went for a swim for the last time and I got dressed and walked to Nacho's amazing car. We drove back to the mansion where he helped me out of the vehicle. The boyish grin on his face told me he was up to something. The gift, he said, is waiting for you in our bedroom. Did he get her another dog? He lifted his brows. But you don't know which room is our bedroom, do you? Let me show you, before my sister discovers you're here and steals you from me. He pulled me with him past the large door and entered the building. I tried to take in all the characteristic spots so I wouldn't get lost and registered the location of our bedroom. The other rooms were of no interest to me. We took the stairs to the second floor and then to the third and the fourth. The Matos family mansion was impressive, but what I saw in the attic was simply breathtaking. An entire wall made of glass and overlooked the cliff and the ocean. Incredible. The room was enormous. It must have been at least 300 square feet. The walls were lined with wood, and so was the ceiling. Huge off-white sofas connected to one another, forming a square. Inside, inside it stood a large, shiny, white coffee table. A tall black floor lamps loomed over the couches. A table with 6 chairs stood further back, and a vase filled with gorgeous white lilies was perched on top. Finally, a mezzanine with a gigantic bed overlooked the whole floor. I spun around and saw a frosted glass wall, behind which there was a bathroom. Thank God for the rest. Thank God the restroom was behind a solid wall. I calmed down a bit, looking around the gorgeous apartment, and heard a strange noise. I peeked out from around the frosted wall and froze. Nacho was leading a small white bull terrier my way. See, it was a dog. She didn't say what kind of car. No. There's been a couple times where she just said stilettos without telling us what brand. I mean, we need to know that. That's critical information. But no, she didn't state a type of car. She just said Nacho's awesome car. So I guess we're supposed to remember what car he previously had, but I don't. I know it was some kind of like sports car, muscle car thing. Excuse me. Uh, uh, small white bull terrier my way. This is the gift, he said, grinning. A replacement for times of loneliness, your defender and friend. Of course, he gets her a dog that can be trained to kick ass instead of something that's just there to be cute. He raised his brows. I didn't move. I know it might not be a small, fuzzy ball of fur, but bull terriers have their uses too. Yeah, he's giving her a guard dog. He sat on the floor beside the dog, which immediately climbed into his legs and started licking Nacho's face. Come on, say something. Don't you like it? I thought this might be a good way to get to know each other, by taking care of a pet we're equally responsible for. He frowned, waiting for my reaction. I stared at them with my mouth agape. My heart was racing. I walked over and plopped down next to them. The goofy white puppy waddled towards me hesitantly. First it licked my hand, and then it launched itself into the air and salivated all over my face. Is it a she or a he? I asked, pushing away the white piglet. A he, of course, Nacho replied indignantly. A big, strong, angry. The dog interrupted him, climbing over his torso, wagging its tail and licking Nacho's face. Okay, maybe not yet, but he will be. Resigned, Nacho toppled the pet and scratched its belly. Dogs often become like their owners, you know. I wiggled my eyebrows. But hold on, what's the occasion anyway? Good question. You see, my dear, Nacho jumped to his feet and pulled me up. In exactly 30 days, you are going to celebrate your 30th birthday. And wait, really? I am reading that correctly. It says 30th. At the beginning of the book, wasn't it like her 32nd birthday? Because I swear, she was not turning 29. I know that for a fact. It was definitely 30 or 31 or 32. So are we just lying about her age now? He grinned as I rolled my eyes. This year has been a life-changing one for you, and I intend for it to end like a fairy tale instead of a nightmare. Yo, she totally did turn 30 already. I swear she was 32 when it started. So, again, the author is. Was this even written by the same person? Since I'm fairly certain that the author was just a hired front person. Like, there's the possibility these were just all written by different people who didn't read the previous ones, because we already screwed up. Like, there were other things that were wrong. There were other details that were wrong about him having the visions that he definitely did, because other people knew about it and the paintings and everything. So that was definitely real, but now it's been retconned. Now we're bullshitting about her age, because she was definitely above 30, 100%. 100%. It was, I swear it was her 32nd birthday. But yeah, this 30th birthday bullshit. He kissed me on the top of my head and embraced me. Now let's go see Amelia. She can't wait to talk to you. Okay. Uh, I will be right back. But we are doing good. We're on page 329, so we're on schedule. Yeah, we'll get through, and there will be time for a little bit of this, because we're gonna read this very slowly over the next however long, because we're gonna read like one or two of the stories at the end of each book. But we will get to this. It's waiting. It's right here. I will be right back. Consider sponsoring a duck or some handcuffs or some Skittles drink of strawberry or orange. We still need those. PayPal link at the top. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, it really does, because it's not matching the previous. I think maybe here's one possibility. Whatever the author wrote, or whoever actually wrote these, whatever they wrote for the intended ending, whatever they intended, either couldn't be published, the publisher hated it and scrapped it, so they had somebody else write it. Like, yeah, because this matches like nothing else. But we got 21 pages left. We sat at the table eating lunch. Everyone was laughing and joking around. I couldn't stop thinking about what Nacho had said. My 365 days were about to pass. I couldn't believe they had flown so fast. I recalled the day when I had been kidnapped, or rather the night I had woken up. The memory made me smile, albeit sadly. Why would that? She's messed in the head. I couldn't even suspect this would all end this way. I recalled the first time I saw Massimo, that beautiful, dangerous, tyrannical man. Then shopping at Tormina and all those attempts he had made to control me, and my resistance. All those things now seemed so innocent. Really? What in the actual fuck? The departure from Rome and the run-in in the nightclub that had nearly cost me my life. I looked at the Canarian who was explaining something to his friends. That day, the Nostro, I hadn't even known. That day at the Nostro, I hadn't even known someone had just entwined my fate with that of the greatest man on earth. Wow, she really just goes, she's got like no filter. He's the greatest guy on earth. He's perfect. Like, she just, oh my God. I picked at my jam and thinking about how happy I felt after that. When I first made love to the man in black before he disappeared. And the baby. I recalled my baby. That particular memory was especially painful. Instinctively, I put my hands to my belly. What if I had another baby inside me now? A shiver went down my spine, chilling me despite the weather being hot and sunny. Nacho's hand tightened on mine. What's going on, kiddo? You're having a stroke again, he whispered, kissing my temple. I'm not feeling so well, I replied, not even looking at him. I think being brought back to reality is a bit harder than I anticipated. I'm going to lie down for a while. I kissed his head and excused myself. I headed to our new bedroom, took Nacho's phone, and dialed Olga. I knew her honeymoon was about to end. I shouldn't ruin it for her, but I really needed my friend now. She's still the worst to her friend. Like, I tried dialing her 10 times, quickly disconnecting, unable to decide. Finally resigned, I went to take a shower. For the following days, I fought my inner demons. Wow, we're just time jumping like crazy now. Do I have time jumping on my list? I don't, but I do have someone as a rapist, and I'm adding 5 to that. Because that was a lot. On the one hand, I wanted to get this over with, go see a doctor and take the pill. On the other one, I was afraid that I just couldn't make myself do that. Nacho had either forgotten about our conversation or pretended to have done so. Either way, we didn't talk about it anymore. When I finally gathered the strength to do it, I made an appointment, keeping it secret from my man. Dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, I went down to the driveway where my Escalade was already waiting. The phone in my bag vibrated. What the hell happened this time? Olga asked as soon as I picked up. That bastard practically dragged Dominic out of the plane and they both disappeared. Well, yeah, of course he's gonna, like I said, he's gonna bring an army and try and just kill everybody. I'm at home, but everything's locked up. Where are you? Have you been arguing again? I said nothing, unable to believe she'd been kept out of the loop this whole time. Things have gone a bit awry, I said, stepping into the car. Massimo and we didn't make up, planned it all, and kidnapped me again. What? Her cry was deafening. God fucking damn it, that guy. Tell me everything. Yeah, that's a normal response. There was a brand name drop. Did I miss it? Oh, Escalade. Yes, that counts. But it does not count as an ugly car because usually they're pretty good looking. Thank you, Sarah. I did tell her everything, skipping only the part where my husband raped me repeatedly. Why? The guilt would have killed Olga. Why would she feel guilty? Like, none of the decisions anybody makes make any fucking sense at all. That conniving bastard, she sighed. He told us you made up, Laura. During the wedding. I was pretty surprised, when you went ballistic on Nacho over the phone. And then when you got into his Ferrari, you looked like you wanted to fuck him then and there. What was I supposed to think? And then you picked up the phone and he came downstairs beaming. I thought everything went back to normal. Remember saying that Nacho might have been only a crush? I did. So I thought you had realized that was the case when you saw Eve, the wedding, Tormina, the church, all the memories. You know. All right, shut up already. I cut her short. Tell me this. Was Mario with Massimo? Yes, she replied. That made me sigh with relief. Why do you ask? I didn't tell you the most important thing. It was Mario who allowed him to escape. I was afraid Massimo would kill him. Well, he will eventually. Also, Ferrari, you're right. There's another one. And since it didn't specify one of the uglier ones, we're not counting ugly car. uh, well, he didn't. At least not yet. But I'll ask Dominic how things are. I'll let you know. How's Nacho? Good mostly, I said. Well, the knowledge that his girlfriend got drunk and fucked another guy didn't seem to make him too happy, but he gets it. I was drugged, but still I did cheat on him. No, you didn't. That does not count as cheating. Drugged and raped does not count as cheating. The messaging in this is so horrifically bad on what it calls cheating versus not cheating. It has it literally backwards, and it's the worst every time. Bullshit, Olga cried out. Don't you even think that. I know what's going to happen now. You crawl into bed and start mulling things over, coming up with more unnecessary problems. Oh, yeah, she should just stop coming up with unnecessary problems and be happy. Yep. Her resigned tone broke my heart. Listen, do something. Start working on your company again. Call Emmy. There's a lot to get in order. Do we think he has not burned the company to the ground? Like, how is she supposed to go work at a company that her psychotic wants to kill her ex still owns? Like, this is so stupid. Like, oh. And also, do we think Massimo would have just killed Olga out of spite? Because I think he would have. For now, I'm going to see a doctor. A silence followed. I might be pregnant. With him. Oh shit, Olga breathed. Well, at least your kid is going to have a cousin. I jerked up, shocked, hitting my head on the headrest. I'm pregnant, Laura. Well, what a shock there. Jesus Christ. My eyes watered. Why didn't you tell me? I only just found out. On the seashells. I'm so happy for you, darling. I sobbed. Yeah, we're not counting that, darling, because it wasn't from Massimo. Me too, but I wanted to tell you eye to eye. I thought you'd be here waiting for me. I suddenly felt guilty. Olga, I need to get rid of it. I don't want anything to connect me to that psycho. Think about it, babe, but first go and find out if there's anything to worry about, and call me. Yeah, finding out is a good first sign, but if she's literally only a week or two pregnant, it's too early. Like, pregnancy tests may have improved in the last, 10 years or so, but it's still too early. And they say right on the box, they're not reliable till a certain point. Not that they're horribly reliable in general. Someone knocked on the window, startling me. I dropped the phone. Nacho was outside, staring in with his brows raised. I picked up the phone and said goodbye to Olga, then I rolled the window down. Hey there, kiddo, where are you going? He asked. Did I hear mistrust in his voice? Maybe I just imagined it. Well, you've run between these two guys so much that. No. I glanced down and saw our nameless dog at his feet. A little shopping. I want to buy something for our little monster. And just, for a drive. I would so be taking the dog with me. Is everything okay? Nacho leaned against the door, putting his chin on the edge of the glass, looking at me with concern. I spoke to Olga. He raised his head. They returned from their honeymoon. And, he prompted, and they had a great time, but back home things are not that good. I shrugged. But at least she's happy, relaxed, and in love, just like me. I smooched Nacho on the nose. Now I'm off, unless you want to come with me, I asked, smiling. I hoped he didn't. I need to see Ivan. We're going to Russia next week. And remember, our dog is a powerful male, a killer, an alpha. In other words, don't buy anything pink. I would come home with everything pink. And like bows and little like pink booties. He kissed me and then grinned. So no pink, no ribbons, no colorful little bones. That's all I would buy. Honestly, I would. I don't care. I don't care if it's a male dog. I will dress it however I want. He flexed his biceps. Power. Skulls and guns. Well, then you can shop for the dog, but I'm buying it cute stuff. And I would also be taking the dog with me because I need to try things on the dog. You're so stupid. I burst out in laughter and put on sunglasses. And don't forget to let me know what the doctor said, Nacho called out, leaving. I froze. God damn it. I slammed my head into the steering wheel. Oh, that's a great thing to do. He knew. He had known from the beginning. He had just been waiting for me to tell him. And instead of doing that, I lied. I squeezed my eyes shut and took a deep breath. I was wrecking my relationship. What relationship? What relationship? You barely know this guy. Like, this is not a relationship. And before I could even start calling it one, angry at myself, I gunned the engine and left the mansion. End of chapter. I think we're on the. Nope, there is a chapter. Nope, there's an epilogue. We're on the last chapter, and then there's a, 5-ish page epilogue. We're on the last chapter. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, now would be a really good time for Skittles drink because I need sugar to stay awake. That's the other thing the cold has done is made me horrifically tired, which granted has had its advantages because at least I haven't been up till 9, 10 in the morning and then sleeping till 4 in the afternoon. I'm almost sort of keeping normal hours the last 2 days, kind of, sort of, maybe somewhere in the zone. I'm in the zone of more normal, which is not to say normal, but I'm closer. So at least it's doing that. It's also just a fuck ton of hormones making me super tired, along with all the other hormonal crap. Because we can never ever get away from that. Really cheesy, gooey pizza would be so good. Like the kind with the thick, puffy dough, not very much sauce, and so much cheese that it's just stretchy, but it's nicely browned on top and really nice. Chapter 20. I sat on a soft couch in the waiting room of a private clinic, nervously picking at my nails. I was so stressed. I might have started pulling my hair out. The doctor took a blood sample and told me I'd have to wait 2 hours for the results. Is that accurate? I was too upset to drive around and couldn't think of anything besides my current predicament, so I just sat there waiting, numbly staring at the wall. Laura Torricelli. My body tensed at the sound of my name. The first thing I'm going to do tomorrow is change my name back, I muttered, walking into the doctor's office. The young physician scanned the results, sighed, and shook his head. Then he glanced at the computer screen and finally took off his glasses, laced his fingers, and said, "The test results are conclusive. You are pregnant." Hey, there we go. We had to have one last One last conflict. What are we gonna do? Is she gonna like go to a church and do the, oh, I can forgive him and not punish this innocent child, and I can learn to love this baby no matter how it was conceived. Are we gonna do that, or is she gonna get rid? Depends on the lab, but yes, possible. Okay, can give him that. My ears rang. My heart was hammering like crazy, and my stomach cramped painfully. The doctor must have noticed the effect of his words. He called a nurse, and the two of them led me to a couch and elevated my legs. I wanted to die. The doctor was saying something, but the only thing I heard was my own blood pumping in my head. 15 minutes later, I was feeling well enough to sit up and continue my conversation with the physician. I need to get rid of it, I said firmly. The man widened his eyes. As fast as possible. I read about those pills I could take. Get rid of it, he repeated. Mrs. Torricelli, you should talk with the baby's father first, or a psychologist. I wholeheartedly recommend thinking about it. Fuck all the way off. I hate doctors that do this shit. It is not your fucking decision. I don't need your fucking opinion. It's my body, and if I've clearly already made my decision and am very clear about what I want, go all the way to hell with telling me what I should do. That is not your fucking business. I do not remember the opening words of these books. I think it says I think it said something because it's all in past tense. Well, when it remembers to be, it is. So it's her talking about it later. So I guess that means we know she survives. And I think there was something about she stays with Nacho, but that doesn't really tell us much. But no, I don't remember specifically how this opened, and I'm not going to look. Doctor, I snapped, interrupting him. I will get rid of that baby with or without your help. Only with regard to the surgery I had earlier this year, I think it would be safer to do it under your supervision. What you're asking me is illegal in this country. Is it? Wait, seriously, is it? Where are they? Like, are they currently in Spain? You think she was expecting? You could be right. She could end up keeping it, especially as we're getting into legal things now. Like, are they? They're either in the Canary Islands or in Spain. I'm not even sure which. But is abortion again? This is like 2022. This is not 50 years ago. So is it actually illegal in either place? Because somehow just the idea of abortion being illegal in Spain, I'm like, what? I mean, I could kind of get it because it's a massively Catholic country, but I still think it's legal. Let me assuage your fears, I cut in again. This child is the result of rape. I don't want to have anything in common with the rapist, and before you tell me I should call the police, it's not possible. Will you help me or not? The young doctor fell silent in thought. All right, return tomorrow. You'll have to stay for a day or two. We'll administer the medication and do a procedure if it proves necessary. I nodded in thanks and left. Okay, so they're apparently willing to break the law under certain circumstances, or maybe there's an exception. I took a seat in my huge car and burst out crying. I spasmed and sobbed, and the waves of emotion rolling over me was like the ocean. As soon as one crashed and faded, another came. This continued until I was completely exhausted. I started the engine and drove without any specific target in mind. I passed the promenade, feeling a need to be alone, just like when I had learned about my first pregnancy. And just like last time, I needed to sit down and watch the ocean. I parked by a beach and put on shades before walking to the shoreline. I plopped down on the sand and cried some more, watching the waves, thinking about death, about how I was supposed to tell Nacho. He would never look at me the same way again. Oh, stop with all these fucking. Up to 14 weeks! Okay, and at best, she is like 2 weeks pregnant. So, no, not illegal. Yeah, I didn't fucking think so. So, completely legal at this point. Completely legal. Like, if they were still in Italy, maybe that's a different answer. But they're clearly not. Hey, kiddo. His warm voice startled me. Let's talk. I don't feel like talking, I snapped, trying to get to my feet. He held me down. And what are you doing here in the first place? All our cars have trackers, and after you behaved like you did at home, I was concerned. I wanted to know if everything was fine. What did the doctor say? His voice broke a little. He must have known, or at least felt, what the answer would be. I'm having a procedure tomorrow, I muttered. They're going to get rid of it. You're pregnant. Nacho's voice was calm, full of tenderness. Legal in Italy, but difficult to find a willing physician. Yeah, I can totally get that about Italy. So no matter where she is, it is legal. So the statement that it's illegal in this country is just wrong no matter which country they're in. But pretty sure they're in Spain. Please talk to me, Laura, he added when I didn't respond. God damn it, I'm your man, and I don't intend to watch on as you fight this alone, he cried. Let me help you. This is all just so weird. I lifted my teary eyes to him. He took off my sunglasses. Talk to me, B, or I'll call the doctor and he'll say what I want to know. Oh, there's a great thing. You tell me or I will violate your privacy and threaten the doctor into telling me. Ireland is illegal. Yeah, I think that changed recently though in one of the Irelands, not in Northern Ireland, but in like the rest of Ireland. I think within the last 2 years that has finally changed. I'm pretty sure I remember hearing about that. But like very, 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 very recently. I think it finally became legal in Ireland, but not in Northern Ireland, I think. Uh, I lifted my teary eyes to him, took off my sunglasses, and the doctor will tell me what I want to know. I'm pregnant, Nacho. I felt more tears streaking down my cheeks. Another sob shook me, but I swear I didn't want it. I'm so sorry. Like it matters if you. I'm sorry, but not wanting it is not going to prevent it from happening. That is not how that works. Despite what morons in certain places think. Nacho sat me on his knees and embraced me. Held in his strong arms, I felt safe. I knew I didn't have to fear. He wouldn't leave me. I'll take care of it. I'll make it go away. We will take care of it, he corrected me, kissing my brow. Please let me do it alone. I don't want you there. I know how cruel it sounds, but it is what it is. I looked at him pleadingly. I'm begging you. The more you're involved, the more guilty I'll feel. I just want it over with. He nodded and hugged me closer. As you wish, honey. Just please stop crying. Do we have honey on the list? We do. Yay. Mm. Let's see. How are we on high score? Oh, we're at 11. And we're on page 336. Excuse me. We returned home. I tried acting normally, was but it was I tried acting normally, but it was that easy. I hid and cried every so often. Truth be told, I wanted to curl up in bed and leave only when all my problems disappeared. Well, yeah, so would I, but that's not how life works. There we go. Ugh. I need to borrow one of Sethal's dragons to cuddle me and keep me warm. It's so freaking cold in here. It would be nice to be cuddled by a dragon. I think that would be cute. Because I know they have scales, but I always imagine it's like really soft scales. When you snuggle them, they're just, very warm and cozy. The Canarian saw how difficult it was for me. He tried pretending it wasn't depressing him too, but he wasn't as good an actor as he would like to be. Luckily, the day finally ended. The long walk I took with our dog helped a little. Are they going to name this dog, by the way? The next day, I woke up very early only to find Nacho wasn't there. I had fallen asleep at his side, embraced and pressed against his wide torso, but I think we both felt uncomfortable. It was as if Massimo were lying between us, pushing us apart. Are we going to see him again? Is he just gone now? Is this the end of the story? Because, like, literally, there's 9 pages left in the official story and then the epilogue. So is he just, like, gone now, or is he going to show up and, like, I don't know. If it just ends with her, like, running away and nothing happens to him, it's the most, like, unsatisfying bullshit. I took a shower and threw on the first thing I found in the wardrobe. Who cared how I looked? I didn't want to think or feel, only wake up in 2 days' time and breathe with relief. I packed a small bag and the barest necessities and went down to have breakfast. Nacho wasn't there either. Neither was Amelia or the dog. I had told them I wanted to do this alone, hadn't I? Resigned, I sat at the long table. The sight of food only made me want to retch. I looked over the table into the distance. I would rather starve. I would rather. I would rather starve out that innocent little being inside me than allow the results of the awful things I had suffered to destroy my life. I shivered. A sip of tea I had a moment later bubbled up in my throat, and before I knew it, I was throwing up on the lawn. I wiped my mouth and looked at the puddle of vomit. I don't think I want to drink anymore, I groaned. With the last pregnancy, the vomiting started a lot later, or maybe I was just susceptible to suggestion. I don't think you start getting morning sickness like 2 weeks pregnant. Hi, Deacon's mom. Maybe the knowledge itself was making me nauseous. I shook my head and went back to the house. An hour later, I was in the car driving to the clinic. My phone was silent, and that didn't bother me. I didn't want to speak with Nacho anyway. I didn't need to ask where he was. There was no chance he was anywhere else but the beach house. Surfing, drinking beer, riding horses, and fuming. It was sad he had to deal with all those emotions because of me, but I couldn't do anything to stop it. Amelia didn't know anything. But Olga, I completely forgot to call her. Quickly, I dialed my friend's number. Great, so Olga's going to tell Dominic, Dominic's going to tell Massimo, and Massimo's going to show up at the clinic and kill everybody. At long fucking last, she treated me with her usual courtesy. What's the news? I'm going to get an abortion as we speak. She sighed. It should be over by tomorrow. So this is how it's going to be, she said and sighed again. I'm so sorry for you. Stop it, I whispered, my voice breaking. Don't feel bad for me, and I don't want to talk about it. Tell me what you learned. Mario is fine. Massimo doesn't know he let you out of the house. Or at least that's what I think. So you don't have to worry about him. Someone broke Massimo's nose. Was that you? I heard you slammed him with the handle of a gun. She laughed. Good for you. You should have kicked him in the nuts, too. Yeah, or shot him. Anyway, he doesn't seem keen on looking for you anymore. Bull fucking shit! Dominic told him a head of a mob family shouldn't look so desperate. Dude is full psychopath. He's like got cocaine psychosis probably going on. He's completely nuts. I'm not buying some vague bullshit about hypnosis getting him under fucking control. Like, what the actual fuck? It's just so, all of it is just so messed up. Like, so completely fucking messed. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We've got like 9 pages left, so we'll see. Oh. I breathed a sigh of relief. But you know how he is. You never know what's in his head. That's at least one good thing, I guess, I said, parking the car. I've got to go, Olga. Keep your fingers crossed. I hope you'll come so I can congratulate you properly. And how are you feeling, by the way? I felt guilty. I had focused on my own problems and ignored hers. Oh, just great. The sex is better than ever. Dominic loves me more than ever, too. Carries me around. I've lost weight and my boobs are huge now. She sounded genuinely happy. I'll come visit, but closer to your birthday, okay? Yeah, like, how are the two of them going to maintain any kind of a relationship? I'm not seeing this as possible. Oh shit, the birthday, I groaned. I got a dog. Another one? Yeah, but this time it's a real dog instead of a rat crossed with a yarn ball. Hey! Do not speak ill of the dead puppy. A bull terrier. She took a breath to say something, but I cut her off. But I'm getting a present each day now. I got a go-kart and my own racing track, a surfboard, a helicopter piloting course. Listen, I really have to go now. I love you. We'll talk in 2 days. Love you too, she said joylessly. Catch you later. I pocketed the phone, took a breath, and tightened my grip on the handle of the bag. Let's do it, I thought. The doctor performed an ultrasound, sticking something like a vibrator into my pussy. It wasn't pleasant at all. Is that even required? Like, she's taking a pill. Why do we need to do this? This sounds completely unnecessary. And having had one of these, let's just say it's on my list of things I will never do again because I don't bruise and I had black bruises from that, which I couldn't even believe. Like, I literally remembered like trying to like wipe the bruises off because I was like, what the hell did I get on my skin? Because I don't bruise and I just had these massive black bruises the next day. Those took weeks to go away too. But I guess it had to be done. Probably not. I'm going with not. I didn't even look at the screen, afraid I'd start developing feelings for the thing inside me. At 2 weeks, could you even see anything on the screen? Like literally anything? Moving the cold pipe within me, the doctor said, "All right, Laura, I'll give you the pill. It'll make you bleed, then we'll see if the procedure is required." They're inventing this. Like, we're in science fiction land here. It's late for the pills to work on their own. 7 weeks. What? 7 weeks? Are you kidding? No. Are you kidding me? She was not back with him for 7 weeks. Or is that supposed to be a clue that it's Nacho's baby and like birth control just doesn't work? And she's gonna realize that it's Nacho's and then it's all okay because it's not Massimo's. Is that what we're supposed to get from 7 weeks? Because she wasn't back with him for 7 weeks. That didn't happen. I mean, I know it time jumped a couple of times, but not 7 weeks. It didn't. Nacho's baby. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's gonna go, oh my god, it's really Nacho's. I'm gonna keep it. She's gonna run to him and tell him he's a daddy. And then they're gonna live happily ever after. And I guess Massimo really does just give up on looking for her and chasing her, and I guess. I mean, she should have just blown his brains out. That would have been a much better ending for him. But I guess we'll just wait and see. I didn't listen too closely. I didn't care. But something caught my attention. I snapped out of my stupor. Here we go. 2 weeks of that or pre-ovulation. Yeah. So it's definitely Nacho's baby. That's the happy ending that we're getting. Wait, what did you say? I asked, surprised. How many weeks? I'd say 7. He pressed a button measuring something inside me. But that's not possible. The man, he raped me around. That's when it hit me. The child wasn't Massimo's. It was Nacho's. Ears out. Yep. Yep, we get our happy ending after all. I kicked out with my leg on instinct and jumped to my feet so fast it made me dizzy. Yeah, don't do that. Confused, I sat back down. The doctor was looking at me without understanding. Doctor, I said, are you sure the child isn't only 3 weeks old? His eyes widened and he nodded. Positive. The fetus is too large and the blood tests show your hormone levels are higher than that. That's actually real science. That's actually, like, reliable. I stopped listening. It wasn't the tyrant's baby. It was Nacho's. The baby was Nacho's. My colorful boy would be a father. I smiled widely. The doctor was surprised. Thank you, doctor, but I won't need the pill or the procedure after all. Is the baby all right? He nodded, confirming. Can I get a printout or something? Yeah, they're real good with the tech now. You can get videos on your phone that are like in 3D and stuff. I've seen them. They're a little bit creepy, but also like really cool in terms of the technology. I rushed out of the clinic and ran to the car, dialing Nacho's number before I even reached it. He didn't pick up. He must have been swimming. I started the engine and set the GPS to take me to our hideaway. My mood took a 180 swing. Tears were flowing down my cheeks again, but these were tears of happiness. Was it a good time to have a baby? We barely knew each other, but it didn't matter. The little life inside me was his. I knew how much he loved Pablo. Now we were going to give the little boy a cousin. They would grow up together, and Olga's kid too. Yeah, right. Fuck, Olga. I cried out and dialed her number. She picked up. I'm pregnant, I screamed gleefully. She fell silent. Wow, what the fuck? Are you okay, Laura? She asked, not quite following. They drug you again? It's Nachos, the baby. Another silence followed by a high pitched screech. Massimo didn't have a chance. I was already pregnant. Oh God, Laura, Olga sobbed. We're going to be mothers. Yeah, here's two people who shouldn't reproduce. And one last thing to burn. Where is it? Okay, I know I underlined something. Where the fuck is it? There it is. Okay. Possibly for the last time. I don't think we're gonna get another one, so that this might be the last burn of the series. Which takes us to 12 for today. But goodbye. Burnt fireplace. At least I'm wearing a top that does not allow for ashes down my boobs today. Yes, I cried out, grinning, and our kids are going to be the same age. How cool is that? Yeah. Sure, let's go with that. Does Nacho know? She asked after we cried out in joy some more. I'm driving to see him now. I'll call you when I calm down a bit. Probably tomorrow. I drove like a maniac, regretting that the car didn't have a teleportation device on board. Excuse me. Yeah, Deacon, good luck with that. For a book that time jumps like this, and during which her captivity by Massimo was described in succession as the following: a week, weeks, and days in that order. So, good luck. I hit the brakes, the wheels throwing up great gusts of golden sand. Nacho's bike was parked by a palm tree. He was here. I didn't know how to tell him and stopped mid stride. What if he didn't want the baby? When has he ever shown any sign of. What if I told him he was going to be a father and he told me to get an abortion anyway? Okay, you have like no basis for this thought whatsoever. Then I recalled him saying that at his age it was about time he had a kid. Back on Togo Mago, that he wasn't afraid of getting me pregnant, and I had asked him for contraceptives, and he just told me to change clothes and come for a swim with him. That thought spurred me on. I started to run. Yeah. How many times have you read this book? Which one? I've read this book one time. I just have good recall. As long as it's immediate. If you ask me any of this tomorrow, I won't remember a thing because I have short-term memory issues. So I'll remember for like an hour, but by tomorrow it'll be gone, and then maybe 3 weeks later I might remember again. That's kind of how it works. But I have outright told people that conversations they had with me never happened because I was in the zone of not remembering that it happened. But usually it comes back later. I barged into the little house and saw him sitting on the floor with his back against a kitchen cabinet. He lifted his eyes and dropped the bottle of vodka he was holding. Suddenly terrified, I froze. Nacho pushed himself to his feet, swayed a little, grabbing the fridge to keep his balance. So he's really drunk. What are you doing here? He asked, almost angrily. What about the procedure? I can't do it, I said, looking him in the eyes, shocked by the state he was in. The child, I continued, but he staggered right at me. Fuck, he yelled, cutting me off and smashing the bottle on the wall. Here we go. We just have to add some more domestic violence. We can't end on a good note. She can't just tell them and they're happy and, no. We have to end on more violence. I can't take it, Laura. He stormed out of the house and rushed to the sea. So drunk his legs barely moved. Honey, just shout the words, it's yours, and problem solved. My eyes teared up. He'd drown if he went into the water. It's your baby, I called out. You're going to be a father, Nacho. See, that's how you do. But maybe lead with that next time. Hot wind winnowed my hair as I drove my convertible down the promenade. Ariana Grande blasting from the speakers. I'm so sure she's so glad to be included in this. I couldn't think of a song more fitting for my current predicament than Break Free. I nodded my head to each word. I cranked up the volume. It was my birthday. Oh, so we flash forwarded a couple of weeks. I was getting older and probably should be feeling depressed, but the truth was that I felt more alive than ever. As I stopped the car waiting for the light to turn green, the chorus began. The bass boomed and I couldn't feel happier. I sang along. This is the part when I say I don't want ya. I'm stronger than I've been before. I bawled with Ariana, waving my arms. A young man stopped his car next to mine. He sent me a flirtatious smile because we need more of this. Dear God. Tapping a hand on the steering wheel to the rhythm of the song. Aside from the loud music and my even louder exclamations, what must have caught his eye was my attire. Its scantiness, to be precise. Great, so just because you're pregnant doesn't mean you still can't dress like a whore. Oh, my stomach is annoying me for food. I wore a black bikini that perfectly complemented the color of my purple Plymouth Prowler. There we go. We get another name drop, and I've seen those. I'm putting a mark on your ugly car. $222 when I accidentally listened to it. Yeah, totally. Just pet the kitty. Petting the kitty makes everything better. Interpret that however you would like. To be honest, there weren't many things that didn't correspond well with that car. It was perfect itself. No, it's not. The beautiful, rare car had been my birthday present. I suspected the gifts wouldn't stop coming anytime soon, that my man wouldn't quit. But I hoped against reason this one had been the last. It all began a month before. I got something new each day. Wow, he knows how to make her love him. Just spoil her rotten with materialistic shiny things. That is absolutely the way to make her happy. How many pairs of boots do we think he bought her? My 30th birthday required something special, he had said, and 30 gifts would apparently do the trick. I rolled my eyes and stepped on the accelerator as soon as the light turned green. A few moments later, I parked the car and grabbed my bag and headed to the beach. The weather was sweltering hot, and I intended to make the most of it. Reach my limits. Sunbathe until I'd had more than enough. Are you not supposed to tan when pregnant? I think that's a thing. I think I heard somewhere you're not supposed to tan when you're pregnant. Taking a sip of iced tea through a drinking straw, I plodded across the sandy expanse, relishing in the feeling of hot sand on my feet. Happy birthday, old girl, my man shouted. I turned around, and a geyser of Moet Rosé exploded in my face. There are some women who would absolutely beat the shit out of you for doing that. The hell do you think you're doing? I screamed through bouts of laughter, trying to escape the fizzy stream. Without effect. He chased me with the bottle, spraying out its pressurized content. When it was empty, he threw himself at me and toppled me to the ground. Happy birthday, he whispered. I love you. His tongue slid between my lips and started its dance. I moaned, wrapping my arms around his neck and spreading my legs as he took his place between them, hips slowly twisting. Are they on a private beach? Because the fact that she drove there kind of suggests it's public. You're not supposed to tan, period. This is true. One of my cousins, and I yelled at her about this, used to, I swear to God, when tanning was all the rage and she was a teenage idiot, would put on a bikini and cover herself in, I swear to God, cooking oil, like canola oil, and go lay out in the backyard. His hands locked around mine and pinned me down. He pulled away his head and held me with his stare. His lips twitched in a semblance of a smile. I have something for you. He wiggled his eyebrows and got up, pulling me with him. We're never going to get a name for the new dog, are we? What do you know? I mumbled, rolling my eyes behind the dark barrier of my sunglasses. He reached out and took them off. His face grew serious. I'd like to, he stammered as I watched on. He took a deep breath and knelt before me, extending his hands cupped around a small box. Oh, God, we couldn't get out of here without him formally. Because a woman who's like 3 weeks out of the worst relationship ever and is not divorced, by the way. She may have physically gotten away from him, but she's not divorced. And he's still alive. So we're really ending with Massive alive. How is this possible? Are we just leaving options for another book in case AI ever wants to write one? Because the whole his brother talked to him and told him it's unbecoming of a mob boss to be so desperate for you, and that worked? I don't fucking think so. Marry me, said Nacho, his lips spreading in a wide grin. I wanted to say something smart and romantic, but most of all, I wanted to say something that would convince you. I inhaled, but he raised his hand. I said nothing. Before you say anything, Laura, please consider. Last page. Last page and then epilogue. A proposal isn't marriage, and marriage doesn't have to be forever. That's fucking romantic when you're proposing. Don't worry about it. We're only engaged, so we don't have to get married, and even if we do, divorce exists. Way to fucking propose. He prodded me gently with the little box. Remember, I don't want to make you do anything against your will. Yeah, right. I will never order you around, except for all the times that he has. Say yes only if you want it. Like she has any free will at all. A silence descended on the both of us for a long while. He waited patiently for my reply. He got none. If you refuse, though, I'll send Amelia after you. I couldn't take my eyes off him. I was scared, worried, awestruck, and happy. This is so dumb. All right, I can see that I didn't convince you either. He looked over to the ocean and then turned his head back to me, looking at me with his big green emerald eyes. Say yes for him. He bent down and kissed my stomach, putting his brow against it. Okay, this is so, wrong and evil. Marry me because you're carrying my baby. This is the worst reason to get married. He bent down. Remember, a family needs at least 3. At least. So I might not stop at this one baby. Oh, that's so great. He lifted his eyes, smiled, and took my hand. I love you, I whispered, and I wanted to say yes from the start, but since you cut me off, I decided to let you have your moment. His eyes sparked with joy. Yes, I will marry you. And that is the last official word. This is the epilogue. So it ends with her saying yes to him when Massimo is still alive. I don't believe for a second that he's ever going to give up on her. She's not divorced. Like, did the book just forget that they're still legally married? She is not free to marry somebody else right now. Because he left her idiot husband alive and he didn't sign the divorce papers. Like, again, that's why I genuinely think there was another ending. I think the Nacho rescuing her, it was not supposed to go that way. I think it probably was supposed to end with one or both of them dead. Because that makes the most sense, but somebody objected. Maybe they had the movies in mind and that was too violent, even though in the movies several people have been shot and, like, nobody cared. Like, but yeah, it feels like the ending of this was changed. Like, this was not the intended ending. I don't think it was. Because it just, like, as much as all of this makes no sense, this extra makes no sense. And the contradicting itself. Like, her age is wrong, his whole bullshit, that all just felt like a desperate last minute, we gotta meet deadline, and I threw out the actual ending, now I gotta cobble together some absolute hot garbage. What the movie's gonna do with any of this, I don't know. But that's gonna be interesting. We'll get to the epilogue, don't worry. It's only like 5 pages. And then we are on to this. And we shall see what we make of this. All right, epilogue. Let's see how far in the future do we think we've gone? Because in 50 Shades, it was what, like 3 years ish. So I'm gonna guess this is the same amount of time. God damn it, Luca. Olga sprung up from the sunbed, and her sudden sprint focused everyone's attention. Come here, you little shit. Oh, we're copying lines from 50 Shades, because that's definitely in it. I'm putting a mark down. And also, what a thing to say to, I'm presuming, her kid. Resigned, she sat on the sand. Her beautiful, black-eyed boy threw himself into my arms. Yep, she's yelling at the baby. I wrapped him in a towel, set him down on my knees, and started drying his hair. He only pretends he doesn't know Polish, Olga grumbled, laying down and grabbing a bottle of water. But as soon as I speak Italian, he gets everything. Isn't that right? She flicked the little angel on the nose. Why would you do that? Don't get too angry. You're pregnant, I said with a laugh. Okay, so Olga's already had one and having a second. What do we bet Laura's doing the same? Go to mommy, I told the boy, leaning in closer. He waddled straight to her. Olga hugged and tickled him, and the boy laughed, trying to break free. Finally, she released him. Ignoring his mother's cries, the boy ran straight back into the water. Yeah, at that age, if you're near water, just put a leash on them. You don't know any better. One of my cousins was like that. If he saw water, oh my god, he just bolted. And he was like really little. He was like 3, like around 3. And I remember we got to the cottage, and I remember my aunt like telling her husband, like, do not let him out of the car. Because we knew the second he got out of the car, he was going to bolt down to the beach and into the water because he doesn't know any better and he just wants to go swimming. And sure enough, we're like 3 seconds into unloading the stuff. All the adults have gotten out of the car, and she's looking around going like, where's the kid? Where's the kid? And we look down on the beach because there's a steep path that goes down to the beach. And sure enough, he's already on the beach heading towards the water. Never saw my grandpa and 2 of my uncles run so fast in their lives. Like, absolutely just literally falling. It's a really steep slope from where the cottage is down to the beach. And just absolutely just bolting down to grab him. And of course he was in the water by the time I got to him. Because he ain't listening to anybody. shouting at him to stop. Does the author have kids? I don't know. I doubt it. I don't know. Google will know. But yeah, could not. There was like a couple of years where we just could not let him anywhere near water without somebody holding on to him because he would not listen to anyone for anything. He's just like Dominic, never listens to what I say. Olga shook her head. I can't believe he's grown so big. I remember how small he was. There was a shiver of nostalgia in her voice. Yeah, me too, I nodded, recalling her wild mood swings from right before the birth. I couldn't be with her that day, even though I wanted nothing else. Olga told Dominic to get me on a Zoom call. He had brought in a laptop and placed it behind Olga. That way I had assisted in her labor, though I had nearly died of fright. Olga had screamed her lungs out, punched Dominic, cursed him and the doctor, and finally cried. The childbirth hadn't taken long, 2 or 3 hours, and little Luca was with us. That's an incredibly fast labor. He was the most beautiful baby I'd ever seen. That little brat's going to be the end of me, Olga sighed before calling out, Luca. Dominic's little clone was trying to wade into the water again. He's so spoiled, I can't cope with the little monster. Wow, she's really taking to being a mother. Saying all this about her kid. Like, take the kid away from her, please. And that's his godfather's fault. I glanced at her, squinting. Is Massimo getting under your skin? I asked. They made Massimo the godfather of their child? And what, like, everybody, when everyone gets together for, like, family holidays, because I guess Olga and Laura are still friends and they hang out together, when they all get together, is Massimo there? Are they cool? Like, now, what the actual fuck? Yeah, he just got over his literal obsession with her. You know, and all the mob turf war stuff, I guess, just doesn't matter anymore. Like, somebody Disney-fied this shit. This is definitely not how it was intended to end, and somebody went, think of the Netflix movie. We better make this a more happy, family-friendly ending. She shook her head. Try to understand him. He sees Luca as the son he never had. I'm not feeling sorry for Massimo. I don't care what it says. If he keeps fucking around, sooner or later he's going to get one. At least he doesn't visit too often. She sighed. But when he's there, Luca gets a miniature Ferrari. Oh, another brand name. Chat IP. Do you mean Chat GPT? Also, if you ever want to laugh, find the clip of Boris Johnson pronouncing the words AI and Chat GPT. It is the funniest fucking thing, and you will wonder how that man was Prime Minister of Britain multiple times. Also, how he's had a succession of extremely hot women. He bought the kid his own racetrack. Can you believe that? A 4-year-old. He bought him a motorboat. He's even talked to Dominic about teaching the boy 4 languages at the same time. He has to play the piano now and train in karate and tennis. Sports teaches you discipline. What bullshit. Okay, so he's like basically raising the kid as if it's his, or demanding that it be raised the way that he would raise a son, I'm guessing. I'm going with that. And also, I do not believe for a second that Massimo would not have in like over 4 years would not have had another woman and just had a baby with somebody for the sake of having a kid, like, you know, do the Elon Musk thing. I shook my head. It had been 5 years since our divorce. Okay, apparently they did eventually get divorced. And it hadn't been the easiest thing to get done, especially since Nacho and Massimo still hated each other's guts. The divorce itself had been easy enough. We had signed the documents and that was that. But the road to make it happen was a long slog through hell. Gee, we couldn't have spent like 100 pages going through that so it would actually have some like content instead of endless shopping. On my birthday, Massimo had finally realized I would never get back with him. Since when? That it had been exactly 365 days since he had kidnapped me. I still don't know why, but on that day he finally gave me a divorce. Probably because when he initially kidnapped her, he said, if you don't want to be with me in 365 days, I will let you go. Any normal human being would have sent the papers over through the mail. Not my ex-husband. He just had to show off. 4 men with graying hair arrived on Tenerife carrying a mountain of paperwork with them. They meticulously explained what was in the documents. At first I had told Massimo I didn't want anything from him, but for some reason the man in black had dug his heels in. It had been one of his conditions. He said that after everything I had gone through, I deserved, as he had put it, something to secure my future and a bit of recompense. What he really wanted was for me to never be financially reliant on not. Yeah, didn't he say that if he let her go at the end of a year, he'd give her like $10 million or something? So my ex had given me the company I had created with his money. Mommy! The cry of a child broke me out of my reverie. I saw little outstretched hands. Daddy showed me a dolphin, the girl said as I took her in my arms and hugged her. Okay, so she had a girl, Olga had a boy, and Olga's pregnant again. Did he now? I nodded my head as Stella launched herself to her feet and ran back into the sea. She was a very attractive, very active little girl. Okay, for a second I thought it said attractive and I was going to die. But it says active, which yeah, most kids at that age, especially at the beach, they are go 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 until their batteries run out, and then they will keep going because they're at the beach and they don't want to stop. And then as soon as you put them in the car to go home, they either fall asleep or turn into the worst nightmare you've ever had because they're insanely overtired. She took after her father. I wondered if I would ever grow bored of the view as I looked at my husband, who was walking towards me with our daughter in his arms. The little blonde girl wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him time and time again. Yes, her assassin, head of mob family, murdering father. Let's just not forget. There's a family lawyer crying about these books. Yeah, kids crash mid-play. 1 second they're going like zoom, 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 zoom. Next second they're asleep on the carpet. You're debating like, should I pick them up and move them to bed or just leave them there? Just leave them there. They're fine. Yeah, when they're very tiny, when the batteries run out, they will fall asleep literally anywhere. Oh, I hear the sounds of a puppy. Bo! You want to cuddle? He's thinking about it. Give him a minute. Nacho held his surfboard in one arm while the other was wrapped around Stella. His wet, tattooed skin glistened in the sun. He didn't look like a 40-year-old. Physically act Physical activity allowed him to retain his youthful vigor and beautifully toned muscles. I can't believe you allowed her to surf, Olga said, pushing a piece of banana into Luca's mouth. I would be too scared. He keeps sitting her up on that board and she keeps falling into the water. It's just too scary. Yeah, I'm not sure I would have done that. Yes, we are almost done with this book. We've got like 3 more pages. She doesn't fall, she jumps. And who would have thought we'd be such different mothers? I laughed, keeping my eyes on my man. If I remember correctly, I was supposed to be the panicky one. You were going to be the one to drink booze with them before they turned 18. Not a chance, she cried out. I'm still considering locking them all in the basement until they grow up. Or till they're 30, just to be sure. Suddenly the sun vanished and a pair of wet, salty lips pressed against my mouth. Keeping our daughter in his arms, Nacho leaned over my sunbed and kissed me once more. Stop it, you perverts, Olga said. Don't be jealous, Nacho retorted, grinning. If Dominic would finally stop sulking and come here, you could have enjoyed a bit of loving too. Oh, fuck off, she countered, not even looking his way. I was grateful our kids could speak several languages, but English wasn't one of them. Really? Because if you all are speaking English to each other with the kids around, guess what? They pick that shit up real fast. My husband is just true to his family, she shrugged. Okay, so Dominic won't even go, so they have so Olga probably has to go to her, in Spain, anytime she wants to see her, because I'm guessing that Laura and Nacho are not welcomed in, Casa Torricelli. Yeah, right, Nacho snorted. He grabbed a towel and wrapped Stella in it. So, you're a bad mobster's wife because you betrayed the family with the Canarian gangsters. Yeah, with a charming Polish girl. She pulled her glasses lower, sending him a glance. It's just a coincidence she's the wife of a Spanish gangster. Canarian, we both corrected her. Okay, stop doing that, it's not cute. Nacho smiled and stroked my chin, kissing me softly. Seeing Stella was out of the water, Luca immediately ran up to her and hugged her. He wasn't even 5 yet, but he was a great brother. He showed her seashells and small stones and cared for her as best he could. Sometimes, when I looked at him, he resembled Massimo more than Dominic. Those black eyes of his could sometimes get hard and cold. But he was a child. He was but a child, but I knew the man in black was rearing him to become his successor. Duh. Olga didn't want to hear it, but I knew why Massimo kept her, Dominic, and the boy in the residence. Yeah, see, we're leaving sequel bait. The truth was that Dominic had become a very rich man. He could have afforded his own house. Unfortunately, he was still under Massimo's influence, and his older brother wouldn't let him leave. So he talked Olga into staying at the Sicilian mansion. It was, after all, the place they had first met. Yeah, right. So he's just holding other people hostage now. Somehow Olga had turned into a very romantic and compliant wife. She stayed without protest. Oh, there's a whole other story behind those scenes. Being a single mother is so hard, said Amelia, joining us. She put her expensive bag on the sunbed by my legs, flicking Nacho's wet towel onto the sand. I turned, looking with amusement at the 2 burly bodyguards lugging a ton of toys, baskets filled with food and alcohol, and yet another sunbed, and a beach umbrella. The bare necessities. Sure, especially with 3 nannies, a chef, housekeepers, a driver, and some damned idiot that keeps referring to himself as your man, Nacho said, putting a hat over Stella's head. Can't we just buy this beach? Amelia asked, ignoring him. I wouldn't have to carry all this stuff each time. Nacho rolled his eyes and shook his head. He straddled my sunbed and lowered himself, pushing me. He kissed me, and I could imagine the women on both our sides glaring at us. We're making ourselves a son tonight, Nacho whispered. I'll make love until you tell me you're pregnant. That's not how that works. His green eyes were happy. He rubbed his crotch against my leg. Oh, no, you don't, Olga and Amelia cried out simultaneously. Amelia started throwing things at her brother. Pervs, there are kids around, Olga cried. They aren't even looking, Nacho grumbled, getting up. He pointed at the 3 children who were occupied with watching some bug half buried in the sand. And I told you before, he turned to Olga. You find me, excuse me, you find some way to bring that stubborn Sicilian here. Then he looked at Amelia. And you, start supplementing bromine? If it works on men, it might work on you. What? Excuse me. Why do I have hiccups? Bromine. I have no idea what this is or what they're referencing. I don't know, Deacon. I guess this is supposed to be the good ending. I think it's still bullshit. I could call a million holes on it. I don't know. I mean, I guess this is the author's idea of a good ending. Like, I have no idea. I really don't know what the point of these books are. I don't know what message they are ultimately trying to convey, or why, or what the point of them was, or anything. Like, just nope. Bromine is an element? Does it do anything? If I drop it in water, does it blow up? It said something about it works on men. I have no idea what that reference is. Mm. He grabbed his surfboard and left us, jogging towards the sea. He still doesn't accept him, I asked, and Amelia shook her head sadly. It's been 2 years now, and he still doesn't even shake his hand, she said. Oh, so she's dating somebody Nacho doesn't approve of. Because he's so different from Massimo in that regard. Ugh. I thought that if he employed him at his company, they'd at least start talking, but no. Diego is one of the best lawyers in Spain. He's good, fair. He works for the mob, Olga added sarcastically. He loves me, Emilia said. He's even proposed. Why is he having a problem with a lawyer? A lawyer can take care of her. And he knows about the mob stuff anyway because he's involved, so, like, dude, get over it. Let your sister be happy. She reached out with a hand. There was a large, beautiful, and expensive ring on it. Marcelo's going to kill him, Olga said. I'll talk to him, I promised. Tonight, I think tonight might work. Will you take Stella for the night? I sent Amelia a brief look and she nodded. I don't get it. Why won't you get a babysitter? Without Maria, I feel lost. Besides, picturing Luca barging in on Dominic and me fucking makes me want to scream in terror. I manage, and I work too. I lifted my brows. Oh, so she's such a like queen of the world now that she works managing her fashion company that shouldn't exist and takes care of the kid herself. Yeah, sure. And speaking of work, I'm opening another boutique on Friday. Oh, they have their own stores now. On Gran Canaria this time. Want to come? We'll have a party. There are going to be lots of surfers. I wiggled my hips. The surfing brand sells better than the Italian one. Who would have thought? Okay. Will Clara be there? Olga tied her tunic and reached for a candy bar. She always makes me feel like a teenager. I laughed and nodded. Is this somebody we're supposed to know? Since I brought my it's her mom, I think. Since I brought since I bought my parents their own house, I could enjoy their company whenever I wanted. They lived on Gran Canaria, only an hour from us by boat. Oh, so she just moved her parents to a different country. Dad had found himself a new passion, saltwater fishing. He was spending whole days out on the sea. And Mom, well, her passion was making sure she always looked breathtaking. God, why do we care? Why are we even finding out what happened to her parents? I don't care. I'd forgotten they existed in this story. They're unnecessary. Like, after turning 60, she discovered she had a talent for the fine arts and started sculpting in class. To my astonishment, her works were selling like hotcakes. I would not be trusting that. I'd be questioning her husband, saying, are you secretly behind this? Are you doing what Nicolas Cage in Lord of War did? When his wife decided to be a painter and he bought them in secret to make her think she was successful. There's not 15 more. We're on the last 2 pages. Because anything after that is just like, I guess, acknowledgments, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 blank pages for reasons. There are no benefits. of consuming bromine. In fact, it's toxic. Damages neurological functions, interferes with thyroid function? Whoa. Okay, so not something you should be ingesting. That's bad. That's really bad. At first, I had considered moving them to Tenerife, but living so close to them was too risky for me and Nacho. Unfortunately, he wasn't as well known as Massimo had been, so buying my parents a house 100 miles away was a safe solution. So he's like a lesser public mob boss, so there's less people trying to kill him constantly. Is this what we're hearing? Or in phenomenon, phenomenon, something. You need trace amounts, whatever that is. All right, enough chit chat. I'm going for a swim. I reached over my head and grabbed a pink T-shirt that perfectly harmonized with the sporty swimsuit I had on. I'm going in the water. Keep an eye on the kids, you two. I took my surfboard and headed towards the shore. How come you still have a body like that? Olga called after me. In her state, she had more in common with a whale than a human being. Okay, so I guess she's really, really pregnant. It's all about sports, babe. I pointed to my board and then my man who was zipping down a tall wave. Sports. I kissed Stella on the head and went into the water. My life was complete. I had everything and everyone I loved with me. I glanced at the snowy peak of the tilt, whatever the volcano is, then at the girls waving at me, and then finally at my colorful boy in the water. He was sitting astride his board waiting for the perfect wave. Waiting for me. And that's the end of it. John Travolta bought his love interest chairs. Oh, it's a movie? Maybe Lord of War stole it from them, but we are done. That is the end of chapter, end of epilogue, end of this book, and end of this goddamn series. It is over. It is over, and we got 50 minutes to read the other one. I need to stretch for a minute, though, and grab a dog. And later on, you better believe I'm going to skin this and post pictures. We still got a burn video to do with this. So last burn video, at least for a while. But we got through this. Is the ending satisfactory? Hell fucking no. Do I think this was the intended ending? Also, hell fucking no. It makes no sense and forgets its own points and goes meandering into crazy land more than this already had. Congratulations on dealing with it. Thank you. I need a drink. And something very large and chocolate. And pizza. Mostly right now I need pizza because I'm so starving. And so cold. It is so cold in here. Like, it's only, like, super cold. Like, everything is freezing to the touch. That's because the heat isn't on right now. Because it's not supposed to be freezing in late fucking May. It is not supposed to be 0 degrees. There shouldn't be rain frozen in my windows. I should not be cold right now and having the dog look at me like it's my fault. But, oh god, we got through this utter garbage. I'm grabbing a puppy, and then we will read some of the other book. I will be right back with the dog. You are welcome. Just, join us for the movie will be hosted in my Discord tomorrow. We will see what they did with this, because again, there's so much in there that there's no way in hell that they can show in the movie, or would, because obviously there's a huge tone shift between the first and second one. To the point where they even call out the first one for being really fucked up and sick with the whole kidnapping thing, and then pretend it didn't happen. They hand waved her heart condition away too, because it doesn't appear in the second movie. So they just got rid. But yeah, I'm curious what the movie's gonna do, given that there is so much of that they can't show. I'll be right back with a puppy. We got a puppy. He's very sleepy. And I made him come out from his warm, snuggled up spot to see everyone. Oh, he's so warm. Okay, I'm cuddling the puppy for warmth. Oh, I love that you're a little space heater right now. Whereas he's going, mommy, I was very warm where I was, and now I'm out in the cold part, and I don't like it. Of course, he also thinks I should go back to making the world warm. He doesn't understand why I allow this cold thing, because he doesn't approve of it. But, alright, let's see where we tallied up, and then we'll open the other book. We've got Baby Girl clocking in at a final 10, 15, 20, 25, 29. 29 Baby Girl. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 Darling. 4 Honey. 0 Sweetheart. It was on the list. We had 4 Mine. 6 Snatch and 3 Seed. So Baby Girl winning that one hands down. Brand name drops won the second one by a very wide margin. I had to add another page just for that category. So we've got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 47 brand name drops. That might be more than all of the burn words together. They used the wrong cum 12 times and the right one 4 times. Somebody was a rapist 10 times. Laura loves stuff more than her hubby. I only wrote it down once, but there were more than that. We didn't have any she fainted because they got rid of the heart condition. Ugly car was 6. Pregnancy mentions, it happened so late I didn't write it down. But copied 50 Shades, we've got 18, which is lower than I thought. All right, so in the next series, the Bourbon Kings series that we're starting, we'll find other things to keep track of. This little one has just melted into my arm because he's so warm and happy. He's so happy as he is. He's a happy doggy. He's as happy as being cuddled after he was in trouble today. So now we shall read from The Delta of Venus, Erotica by Anais Nin. Let's see. I know I put you on the desk and you don't like it, but I need my hands. Last chance to sponsor a duck or buy a girl a drink. In this case, Skittles. Oh. Okay, I'm not reading a 7-page preface, at least not tonight. Because I want to read one of the actual stories. So the first actual story is The Hungarian Adventurer. Making sure I'm reading. Yes, it does say Hungarian, not hungry. Ugh, still smells so good. All right, so let's find the beginning of that story. Here we go. Okay, I may be a bit slow with this one because the font is really small and a little difficult to read. But let's see what we got. This should be, it looked like it was about 7-8 pages long. Aww, with your puppy. No, it's so warm and cuddly. I love him so much. Making sure he hasn't muted me, because he has a habit of doing that. He doesn't like sharing. Okay. The Hungarian Adventurer. There was a Hungarian adventurer who had an astonishing beauty, infallible charm, grace, and the powers of a trained actor, culture, knowledge of many tongues, aristocratic manners. Beneath all this was a genius for intrigue, for slipping in and out of difficulties, for moving smoothly in and out of countries. I'm guessing this person's a spy. He traveled in grandiose style with 15 trunks of the finest clothes and 2 Great Danes. Whoa, big doggies. Don't worry, you're just as big a doggy as them, I promise. I promise you are just as intimidating and serious. Yes, you are. Mm-hmm. You gotta talk up to little doggies, right? Yes, because you're not a little doggy. You're big and tough and strong, aren't you? Yes, you are. Yes. You scare away the vacuum at least once a week. You do a very good job. It's important to stroke his little ego. He's such a good baby. His air of authority had earned him the nickname the Baron. The Baron was seen in the most luxurious hotels, at watering places and horse races, on world tours, excursions to Egypt, trips through the desert into Africa. Everywhere he became the center of attraction for women. Like the most versatile actors, he passed from one role to another to please the taste of each of them. He was the most elegant dancer, the most vivacious dinner partner, the most decadent of entertainers and tete-a-tetes. He could sail a boat, ride, drive. He knew each city as though he had lived there all his life. He knew everyone in society. He was indispensable. So he's perfect, in other words. I know you don't like it when I make noise when you're sleeping. You want to go back to your pillow? Hmm? Meow. No, you just want to curl up, don't you? Okay, I gotta put him down. He can't stay on my desk. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, baby. Just doesn't work with you being on my desk because you move all the time. Okay? I love you very, very much. Okay? Yeah. I love you, little puppy. Let's say bye bye for now. Okay? I'm gonna put you on your pillow. You can curl up and be warm. Okay? Okay. Say goodbye to the puppy. You'll be back another time. I've got you. I got you. Don't worry. I got you. Okay? Say bye bye. I'll be back soon. I'm gonna go snuggle under my puppy bed where it's warm. Yes, go under your puppy bed. Okay? I got you. There we go, good boy. There we go. That's a good boy. Uh, when he needed money, he married a rich woman, plundered her, and left for another country. Okay. Most of the time, the women did not rebel or complain to the police. The few weeks or months they had enjoyed with him as a husband left a sensation that was stronger than the shock of losing their money. This guy's a professional con artist. For a moment they had known what it was to live with strong wings, to fly above the heads of mediocrity. He took them so high, whirled them so fast in his series of enchantments, that his departure still had something of the flight. It seemed almost natural. No partner could follow his great eagle sweeps. The free, uncapturable adventurer, jumping thus from one golden branch to another, almost fell into a trap of human love, when one night he met the Brazilian dancer Anita at a Peruvian theater. I was going to say, and then he meets like Matahari or something. Her elongated eyes did not close as the other women's eyes did, but like the eyes of tigers, pumas, and leopards, the two lids meeting lazily and slowly, and they seemed slightly sewn together towards the nose. What? What? I think he's like saying her eyes are like a little bit narrow or something. Like, I don't understand. Uh, Making them narrow. There we go. With a lascivious, oblique glance falling from them like the glance of a woman who does not want to see what is being done to her body. All this gave her an air of being made love to, which aroused the Baron as soon as he met her. When he went backstage to see her, she was dressing among a profusion of flowers, and for the delight of her admirers who sat around her. She was rouging her sex with her lipstick without permitting them to make a single gesture towards her. I'm sorry, is she putting lipstick on her vagina? When was ever a thing? I've heard of putting rouge on the nipples, and that was definitely a thing. But not downstairs. At least, not that I knew of. When the Baron came in, she merely lifted her head and smiled at him. She had one foot on a little table, her elaborate Brazilian dress lifted, and with her jeweled hand she took up rouging her sex again, laughing at the excitement of the men around her. Her sex was like a giant hothouse flower. That's insulting. Larger than any the Baron had seen. The hair around it was abundant and curly, glossy black. It was these lips that she rouged as if they were a mouth, very elaborate, so they became like red blood camellias, opened by force, showing the closed interior bud, a paler, fine-skinned core of the flower. This would have been like really, really racy back in the day. The Baron could not persuade her to have supper with him. Her appearance on stage was only the prelude to her work at the theater. Also worth noting, back definitely into the 40s, if you were an actress, that also meant you were a whore. Those were the brothels of the day. Like the respectable prostitutes worked as actresses. Now followed the performance for which she was famed all throughout South America, where the boxes in the theater, deep, dark, and half-curtained, filled with society men from all over the world. Women were not brought to this high-class burlesque. She had dressed herself all over again in the full petticoat costume she wore on stage for her Brazilian songs, but she wore no shawl. Her dress was strapless, and her rich, abundant breasts, compressed by the tight-waisted costume, bulged upwards, offering themselves almost in their entirety to the eye. In this costume, while the rest of the show continued, she made her round of the boxes. There, on request, she knelt before a man, unbuttoned his pants, and took his penis in her jeweled hands, and with a neatness of touch and expertise, a subtlety few women had ever developed, sucked at it until he was satisfied. Her two hands were as active as her mouth. Can we? Yes, this is by Anais Nin. That is how it is spelled on the cover. There's the dots above the I, but that is how it is spelled. And apparently there are places where you can just get a blowjob while watching something resembling theater. Not really all that surprising. I mean, I've heard that donkey shows are a thing. I know theoretically what they are. I'm not sure if they're actually real or just a bad joke on TV, but wouldn't surprise me if they were real. The titillation almost deprived each man of his senses. The elasticity of her hands, the variety of rhythms, the change from a hand grip of the entire penis to the lightest touch of the tip of it, from firm kneading of all the parts to the lightest teasing of the hair around it. All this was by an exceptionally beautiful and voluptuous woman, while the attention of the public was turned towards the stage. Seeing the penis go into her magnificent mouth between her flashing teeth, while her breasts heaved, gave men a pleasure for which they paid generously. I'll bet. I'll bet they freaking did. Wait, she's known for this phrase? Okay, Sarah Bellum with the Google skills. Here we go. Rouging her sex is a highly unconventional and poetic phrase most famously popularized by the writer Anais Nin. It refers to the intimate, sometimes taboo act of applying makeup, like rouge or lipstick, to one's genitalia, often as a playful method of sexual empowerment, Self-care? What? Or to heighten visual and sensory arousal. Okay. So this is popular enough that it has a phrase it's known for. Okay, okay. I can get behind that. Oh, trying to ignore my stomach right now. Her presence on the stage prepared them for her appearance in the boxes. She provoked them with her mouth, with her eyes, her breasts, and to have their satisfaction along with music and light and singing in the dark. Oh, self-care is referring to masturbation. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, that could work. I don't know. You can describe blowjobs in this and the exact look of her vagina, but we couldn't say masturbate. There's weird puritanical rules going back, so it's entirely possible. Like, you ever really want to laugh? Find one of the websites that has all the stupid laws in North America that are still technically on the books. Because America's not alone in that. Canada, we got some weird laws too that we just never got rid of, even though like nobody knows they exist anymore. Though Florida is still all Florida. I forget what state, but there is a state where it's illegal to fish off the back of a giraffe. And I think it is Florida where it's illegal to eat an orange in the bathtub. I also know in Texas and a couple other states, Nevada, it's illegal to own more than 2 dildos because that was somebody's idea of how to get rid of brothels. Along with music and light and singing in the dark, half-curtained box above the audience. It was an exceptionally piquant form of amusement. The Baron almost fell in love with Anita and stayed with her for a longer time than with any woman. She fell in love with him and bore him 2 children. Wow, we're just speed running that. Just casual remark. He stayed with her and they have 2 kids, so he was with her for at least 2.5 years. But after a few years, he was off again. The habit was too strong. The habit of freedom and change. So he just abandons her with 2 kids. He traveled to Rome and took a suite at the Grand Hotel. The suite happened to be next to that of a Spanish ambassador who was staying there with his wife and 2 small daughters. The Baron charmed them too. The ambassador's wife admired him. They became so friendly, and he was so delightful with the children, who did not know how to amuse themselves in this hotel, that soon it became a habit of the 2 little girls, upon getting up in the morning, to go and visit the Baron and awaken him with laughter and teasing, which they were not permitted to lavish upon their more solemn father and mother. Slightly creepy. How old are these kids? One little girl was about 10, the other 12. Okay, if he has sex with them, I'm throwing away the book. But probably not. I'm gonna guess it doesn't go that way. Unless this is one of those books that just decided to take all the taboos and write about them. But we'll see. I genuinely don't know anything about this. They were both beautiful with huge velvet black eyes, long silky hair, and golden skin. They wore short white dresses and short white socks. Shrieking, the 2 little girls would run to the Baron's room and playfully throw themselves over his big bed. He would tease them, fondle them. Now, the Baron, like many men, always awakened with a particularly sensitive condition of the penis. We couldn't just say morning wood? In fact, he was in a most vulnerable state. He had no time to rise and calm the condition by urinating. Does that work? Does does morning wood go away if you pee? Is this a thing? Before he could do this, the 2 little girls had run across the shining floor and thrown themselves over him, and over his prominent penis, which the big pale blue somewhat concealed. Okay, how creepy is this gonna get? The little girls did not mind how their skirts flew up and their slender dancer legs got tangled and fell over his penis lying straight in the quilt. Laughing, they turned over on him, sat on him, and treated him like a horse. sat astride him and pushed down on him, urging him to swing the bed by a motion of his body. What? What? I'm lost. To swing the bed by a motion of his body. Are they playing sardines? What? With all this, they would kiss him, pull at his hair, and have childish conversations. The Baron's delight in being so treated would grow into an excruciating suspense. One of the girls was laying on her stomach, and all he had to do was to move a little against her to reach his pleasure. Ew! So he did this playfully, as if he meant to finally push her off the bed. He said, "I'm sure you will fall if I push you this way." Okay, so this got real creepy in a hurry. "I won't fall off," said the little girl, holding on to him through the covers while he moved as if he would force her to roll over the side of the bed. Laughing, he pushed her body up, but she lay close to him, her little legs, her little panties, everything, rubbing against him in her effort not to slide off, and he continued his antics while they laughed. Then the second girl, wishing to even the strength of the game, sat astride him in front of the other one, and now he could move even more wildly with the weight of both of them. His penis, hidden in the thick quilt, rose over and over again between the little legs, and it was like this that he came, with a strength he had rarely known, surrendering the battle which the girls had won in a manner they'd never suspected. What in the actual fuck? Why did we just take a very, very creepy turn? Also, what is this actually? This is like if you compressed like a whole like 300-page story into like there's only like a page and a half left of this. I'm very, very lost. Another time when they came to play with him, he put his hands under the quilt. Then he raised the quilt with his forefinger and dared them to catch it. Okay, so he's just grooming and abusing these girls. So what is the point of this? Are these all like dark and twisted? Did nobody tell me that? So with great eagerness they began to chase the finger, which disappeared and reappeared in different parts of the bed, catching it firmly in their hands. We know where this is going. After a moment, it was not the finger but the penis they caught over and over. I'm very, very confused. Why do people know this book? Because multiple people who are not me know this book. In seeking to extricate it, he made them grasp it more strongly than ever. He would disappear under the covers completely, and taking his penis in his hand, suddenly thrust it upward for them to catch. That also makes it sound like his penis is detachable, which has me kind of laughing right now. He pretended to be an animal, sought to catch and bite them, sometimes quite near where he wanted to, and they took great delight in this. With the animal, they also played hide and seek. The animal was to spring at them from some hidden corner. He hid in the closet on the floor and covered himself with clothes. One of the little girls opened the closet. He could see under her dress. He caught her and bit her playfully on the thighs. That is not playfully. That is just creepy AF. Like, is somebody going to say that in the 40s it was, like, different somehow? Because I'm very confused. So heated were the games, so great were the confusion of the battle and the abandon of the little girls at play that very often his hand went everywhere he wanted it to go. And he got shot or something? Does this end with him dead? Eventually the Baron moved on again, but his high trapeze leaps from fortune to fortune deteriorated when his sexual quests became stronger than his quest for money and power. It seemed as though the strength of his desire for women was no longer under his control. He was eager to rid himself of his wives, because you so have more than one. Like, what? One day he heard that the Brazilian dancer he had loved had died of an overdose of opium. Their two daughters were grown to the ages of 15 and 16. Oh, is he going to have sex with his own kids? Because creepy. Wanted to turn the page too fast. And wanted their father to take care of them. He sent for them. He was living in New York with a wife by whom he had had a son. How many kids does this guy have? The woman was not happy at the thought of his daughter's arrival. She was jealous for her son, who was only 14. After all his expenditures, the Baron now wanted a home and a rest from the difficulties and pretenses. He had a woman rather ugh, he had a woman he rather liked and 3 children. The idea of meeting his daughters again interested him. He received them with the greatest demonstrations of affection. One was beautiful, the other less so but piquant. Wow, that's just horribly insulting. They had been brought up to witness their mother's life and were not restrained or prudish. The beauty of their father impressed them. He, on the other hand, was reminded of his games with the 2 little girls in Rome, so yep, he's next level creep. Only his daughters were a little older, and it added a great attraction to the situation. Kids that, by the way, he hasn't seen since they were like, what, like 2? Or just born? About as many as Elon, yeah. Are all the stories in this secretly, like, dark, evil, and creepy? Is that the hidden thing? Is that why it wasn't published till after she died? Uh, They were given a large bed for themselves, and later, when they were still talking of their voyage and of meeting their father again, he came into the room and bid them both good night. He stretched out at their side and kissed them. They returned his kisses, but as he kissed them, he slipped his hands along their bodies, which he could feel through their nightgowns. He The caresses pleased them. He said, "How beautiful you are, both of you. I am so proud of you. I cannot let you sleep alone. It is such a long time since I have seen you." So yeah, this guy is just a pervert and a con artist. What is the point of this? Holding them in a fatherly way with their heads on his chest, caressing them protectively, he let them fall asleep, one on each side of him. Their young bodies, with their small breasts barely formed, affected him so he did not sleep. If one of them is 16, they're pretty well formed. He fondled one and then the other with cat-like movements so as not to disturb them, but after a moment his desire was so violent that he awakened one and began to force himself on her. The other one did not escape either. They resisted and wept a little, but they had seen so much of this during their life with their mother that they did not rebel. But this was not to be an ordinary case of incest, for the Baron's sexual fury was increasing and had become obsession. Being satisfied did not free him, calm him. We're on the last page of this, and I have no idea what is going on. It was like an irritant. From his daughters, he would go to his wife and take her. He was afraid his daughters would abandon him, run away. So he spied on them and practically imprisoned them. What the hell is this? His wife discovered this and made violent scenes. But the Baron was like a madman now. He no longer cared about his dressing, his elegance, his adventures, his fortune. He stayed at home and thought only of the moment when he could take his daughters together. He had taught them all the caresses imaginable. They had learned to kiss each other in his presence until he was excited enough to possess them. But his obsession, his excess, began to weigh on them. His wife deserted him. One night when he had taken leave of his daughters, he wandered through the apartment, still a prey to desire, to erotic fevers and fantasies. He had exhausted the girls. They had fallen asleep, and now his desire was tormenting him again. He was blinded by it. He opened the door to his son's room. Oh, we're going to get just really creepy. His son was calmly sleeping, lying on his back with his mouth slightly open. The Baron watched him fascinated. His hard penis continued to torment him. He fetched a stool and placed it near the bed. He knelt on it and put his penis to his son's mouth. His son awakened choking and struck at him. The girls also awakened. Their rebellion against their father's folly mounted, and they abandoned the now frenzied aging Baron. That is the end of this story. That is the end of it. What in the actual fuck? Okay, so that was weird on many, many levels. We have taboo subjects, dark and creepy, incest, rape, con artist guy, and apparently his entire life told in about 7 pages, where he spends his life conning various women, having children with women and then abandoning them, turns into an incestuous pervert in his old age, and then is apparently abandoned by everybody and left to die alone. Is it supposed to be a cautionary tale? I mean, that's maybe the best I'm getting. Not really sure what the point of this is. It also just seems very... What's the word I want for the style of writing? Why can I not think of words? It's pre-something. Like, very simplistic and very simple. Very basic. Because, yeah, it's just... This happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. There's there's almost no dialogue. And it's just, like, series of events. It's very weird. But yeah, do these all have, like, super taboo subjects? Or, like, evil subjects? Because I maybe wouldn't have read it if I knew that was the case. How many pages is the next one? Let me see. If we can read one more, then we can get an idea for, like, what's this like going on. It's on the longer side, and we only have like 15 minutes. Yeah, I think we're going to save the next one for the end of the next book, because I got to find out if all of these are creepy like that, because if they are, we're changing to a different book after the other books. But yeah, the next one's a little too long, so we're going to call it an early night. We'll chit-chat for a few minutes. But that was not what I was expecting, especially for the first one. Because, in a series of... Because this is all short stories. They're all just little short stories. So usually the first one, like, sets the tone for the book. So were these all about extremely taboo subjects? Was this trying to outdo the Marquis de Sade? I haven't read his book, though. I'm told I should. I don't actually know what it's called. But yeah, that was a trip and a half. Definitely some language differences, that's for sure. And some ways of phrasing things that we just don't do anymore. But it didn't have anything racist, I can at least say that. I was concerned that there would be racism and I would be, like, skipping many words. Because, 40s. But yeah, I wonder if anybody knows what the actual request was to write this, because this was privately sponsored when it was written. Somebody went to the author and said, I want you to write erotic stories for me, I'll pay you $1 a page, which back then, I guess that was a lot of money. But, like, did they say, like, based on what topics or what they wanted, or, like, was there anything specific? Because, yeah, nothing on the back says this gets into, like, really, really dark subject matter. Or maybe people just weren't so uptight about it back then, or maybe it was, like, as long as it was considered, like, fantasy or something, it was okay, or I don't know. I'm very confused. I mean, I know ages do not line up. Back then, a 16-year-old was like a grown-up and would have been married and having kids. That's definitely true. Maybe it's on the introduction. Okay, let's see if we can read some of the... Let's browse through the preface at least. A book collector, Henry Miller, offered $100 a month to write erotic stories. It seemed like a Dante-esque punishment to condemn Henry to write erotica at $1 a page. He rebelled because his mood of the moment was the opposite of rebellion. What? Rabelaisin. Because writing to order was a castrating occupation because to be writing with a voyeur at the keyhole took all the spontaneity and pleasure out of his fanciful adventures. Okay. I think these are excerpts from her diary. But let's see where it goes. Henry told me about the collector. They had sometimes had lunch together. He bought a manuscript from Henry and then suggested that he write something for one of his old and wealthy clients. He could not tell much about his client except that he was interested in erotica. Henry started out gaily jokingly. He invented wild stories which we laughed over. He entered into it as an experiment and it seemed easy at first, but after a while it paled on him. He did not want to touch upon any of the material he planned to write about for his real work, so he was condemned to force his inventions and his mood. He never received a word of acknowledgement from the strange patron. It could be natural that he would not want to disclose his identity, but Henry began to tease the collector. Did this patron really exist? Were these pages for the collector himself to heighten his own melancholy life? Were they one and the same person? Henry and I discussed it at length. It says this is adapted from the Diary of Anais Nin, Volume 3. Did this woman journal her whole life? I'm going with yeah. Okay, then it just starts in the middle of a sentence. Henry and I discussed this at length, puzzled and amused. At this point, the collector announced his client was coming to New York and that Henry would meet him, but somehow this meeting never took place. The collector was lavish in his descriptions of how he sent the manuscripts by airmail, how much it cost, small details meant to add realism to the claims he made about his client's existence. One day he wanted a copy of Black Spring with a dedication. Henry said, but I thought he had told me he had all my books already signed editions. He lost his copy of Black Spring. Who should I dedicate it to? Henry said innocently. Just say to a good friend and sign your name. A few weeks later, Henry needed a copy of Black Spring and none could be found. He decided to borrow the collector's copy. He went to the office. The secretary told him to wait. He began to look over the books on the bookcase. He saw a copy of Black Spring. He pulled it out. It was the one he had dedicated to the good friend. When the collector came in, Henry told him about this, laughing. In equally good humor, the collector explained, "Oh yes, the old man got so impatient that I sent him my own copy while I was waiting to get this one signed by you, intending to exchange them later when he comes to New York again." Henry said to me when we met, "I'm more baffled than ever." When Henry asked what the patron's reaction to his writing was, the collector said, "Oh, he likes everything. It's all wonderful. But he likes it better when it's a narrative, just storytelling, no analysis, no philosophy." When Henry needed money for his travel expenses, he suggested I do some writing in the interim. I felt I did not want to give anything genuine and decided to create a mixture of stories I had heard and inventions, pretending they were from the Diary of a Woman. I never met the collector. He was to read my pages and let me know what he thought. Today I received a telephone call. A voice said, "It's fine, but leave out the poetry and the descriptions of anything but sex. Concentrate on sex." Okay, so I guess she got orders. So I began to write tongue in cheek, to become outlandish, inventive, and so exaggerated that I thought he would realize I was charactering sexuality. So she was trying to make fun of everything? Okay, I can almost get that. But there was no protest. I spent days in the library studying the Kama Sutra, listened to friends' most extreme adventures. "Less poetry," said the voice over the telephone. "Be specific." But did anyone ever experience pleasure from reading a clinical description? Didn't the old man know how words carry colors and sounds into the flesh? Every morning after breakfast, I sat down to write my allotment of erotica. One morning, I typed, "There was a Hungarian adventurer." Okay. I gave him many advantages: beauty, elegance, grace, charm, the talents of an actor, knowledge of many tongues, a genius for intrigue, a genius for extricating himself from difficulties, and a genius for avoiding permanence and responsibility. Another telephone call. The old man is pleased. Concentrate on sex. Leave out the poetry. This started an epidemic of erotic journals. Everyone was writing up their sexual experiences, invented, overheard, researched from Kraft Ebing? No idea what that is. And medical books. By the way, Kraft Ebing is spelled KRAFFT dash EBING. So if that's another like old erotica book, I don't know it. We had comical conversations. We told a story and the rest of us had to decide whether it was true or false. Or plausible. Was this plausible? Robert Duncan would offer to experiment, to test our inventions, to confirm or negate our fantasies. All of us needed money, so we pooled our stories. I was sure the old man knew nothing about the beatitudes, ecstasies, dazzling reverberations of sexual encounters. Cut out the poetry was his message. Clinical sex, deprived of all the warmth of love. The orchestration of all the senses, touch, hearing, sight, palate, all the euphoric accompaniments. Background music, moods, atmosphere, variation. Forced him to resort to literary aphrodisiacs. Thinks he's saying he sucks. We could have bottled better secrets to tell him, but such secrets he would be deaf to. But one day when he reached saturation, I would tell him how he almost made us lose interest in passion by his obsession with gestures empty of their emotions, and how we reviled him. Because he almost caused us to take vows of chastity, because what he wanted us to exclude was our own aphrodisiac poetry. I received $100 for my erotica. Gonzalo needed cash for the dentist, Helba needed a mirror for her dancing, and Henry money for his trip. Gonzalo told me the story of the Basque and the bijou, and I wrote it down for the collector. The telephone bill was unpaid. A net of economic difficulties was closing in on me. Everyone around me irres- ugh, irresponsibly unconscious of the shipwreck. I did 30 pages of erotica. I again awakened to the consciousness of being without a cent and telephone the collector. Had he heard from his rich client about the last manuscript I sent? No, he had not, but he would take the one I had just finished and pay me for it. Henry had to see a doctor, Gonzalo needed glasses, Robert came with B and asked me for money to go to the movies. The soot from the transom window fell on my typing paper and my work. Robert came and took away my box of typing paper. Wasn't the old man tired of pornography? Wouldn't a miracle take place? I began to imagine him saying, "Give me everything she writes. I want it all. I like all of it. And I will send her a big present, a big check for all the writing she's done." My typewriter was broken. With $100 in my pocket, I recovered my optimism. I said to Henry, "The collector says he likes simple, unintellectual women, but he invites me to dinner." I had a feeling that Pandora's box contained the mysteries of women's sensuality, so different from man's, and for which man's language was inadequate. The language of sex had yet to be invented. The language of the senses was yet to be explored by D.H. Lawrence. Was yet to be explored. D.H. Lawrence began to give instinct a language. He tried to capture the clinical, the scientific, which only captures what the body feels. Okay, German psychiatrist, late 1800s, wrote Psychopathia Sexualis. Okay. How many more pages of intro are there? This is like the story of how she wrote it. When Henry came, he made several contradictory statements. That he could live on nothing, that he felt so good he could even take a job, that his integrity prevented him from writing scenarios in Hollywood. At last I said, "And what's the integrity of doing erotica for money?" Henry laughed, admitted the paradox, the contradictions, laughed, and dismissed the subject. France has had a tradition of literary erotic writing in fine, elegant style. When I first began to write for the collector, I thought there was a similar tradition here, but found none at all. All I had seen was shoddy, written by second rate writers. No fine writer seemed to have ever tried his hand at erotica. I told George Barker how Caress Crosby, Robert Virginia Admiral, uh, and other were writing. It appealed to his sense of humor. The idea of my being the madam of this snobbish literary house of prostitution, from which vulgarity was excluded. Laughing, I said, I supply paper and carbon, I deliver the manuscript anonymously, I protect everyone's anonymity. George Barker felt this was much more humorous and inspiring than begging, borrowing, or cajoling meals out of friends. I gathered poets around me and we all wrote beautiful erotica. We were condemned to focus only on sensuality. We had violent explosions of poetry. Writing erotica became a road to sainthood rather than debauchery. Harvey, Brett, Robert Duncan, George Baker, Carisi Crosby, all of us concentrating our skill in a tour de force, supplying the old man with such an abundance of perverse facilities that he now begged for more. The homosexuals wrote as if they were women, the timid ones wrote about orgies, the frigid ones about frenzied fulfillments. The most poetic ones indulged in pure bestiality, and the purest ones in perversions. We were haunted by the marvelous tales we could not tell. We sat around, imagined this old man, talked of how much we hated him, because he would not allow us to make a fusion of sexuality and feeling, sensuality and emotion. George Baker was terribly poor. He wanted to write more erotica. He wrote 85 pages. The collector thought they were too surrealistic. I loved them. His scenes of lovemaking were disheveled and fantastic. Love between trapezes. He drank away the first money, and I could not lend him anything but more paper and carbons. George Baker, the excellent English poet, writing erotica to drink, just as Utrello painted paintings in exchange for a bottle of wine. I began to think about the old man we all hated. I decided to write him, address him directly, tell him about our feelings. Dear collector, we hate you. Sex loses all its power and magic when it becomes explicit, mechanical, overdone, when it becomes a mechanistic obsession. It becomes a bore. You have taught us more than anyone I know how wrong it is to not to mix it with emotion, hunger, desire, lust, whims, caprices, personal ties, deeper relationships that change its color, flavor, rhythms, and intensities. You do not know what you are missing by your microscopic examination of sexual activity to the exclusion of aspects which are the fuel that ignites it: intellectual, imaginative, romantic, emotional. This is what gives sex its surprising textures, its subtle transformations, its aphrodisiac elements. You are shrinking in your world of sensation. You are withering it, starving it, draining its blood. If you have nourished your sexual life with all the excitements and adventures which love injects into sensuality, you would be the most potent man in the world. The source of sexual power is curiosity, passion. You are watching its little flame die of asphyxiation. Sex does not thrive on monotony. Without feeling, inventions, moods, no surprises in bed. Sex must be mixed with tears, laughter, words, promises, scenes, jealousy, envy, and all the spices of fear, foreign travel, new faces, novels, stories, dreams, fantasies, music, dancing, opium, wine. Just everything. How much do you lose by this periscope at the tip of your sex, when you could enjoy a harem of distinct and never repeated wonders? No two hairs alike, but you will not let us waste words on a description of hair. No two odors, but if we expand on this, you cry out, cut the poetry. No two skins with the same texture and never the same light, temperature, shadows, never the same gesture. For a lover, when he is aroused by true love, can run the gamut of centuries of love lore. What a range, what changes of age, what variations of maturity and innocence, perversity and art. We have sat around for hours and wondered how you look. If you have closed your senses upon silk, light, color, odor, character, temperament, you must be by now completely shriveled up. There are so many minor scenes, all running like tributaries into the mainstream of sex, nourishing it. Only the only the united beat of sex and heart together can create ecstasy. In other words, you don't know what you were talking about. We all hate you. We think you're a virgin. And you don't know what good writing is because you make us take out everything that would make it good by, like, descriptions and tone. And that's why it sounds so weird. And why it's just this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened, this happened. That's why it's so, like, weird and, like, stiff. At the time, we were all writing. This is the postscript, apparently. At the time, we were all writing erotica at $1 a page. I realized that for centuries we had had only one model for this literary genre, the writing of men. I was already conscious of a difference between the masculine and feminine treatment of the sexual experience. I knew that there was a great disparity between Henry Miller's explicitness and my ambiguities, between his humorous re- rebellions, it's that word I don't know again, view of sex, and my poetic descriptions of sexual relationships in the unpublished portions of the diary. As I wrote in volume 3 of the diary, I had a feeling that Pandora's box contained the mysteries of women's sensuality, so different from men's, and for which men's language was inadequate. Women, I thought, were more apt to fuse sex with emotion, with love, and to single out one man rather than be promiscuous. This became apparent to me as I wrote the novels and the diary, and I saw it even more clearly when I began to teach. But although women's attitudes towards sex was quite distinct from that of men, we had not yet learned how to write about it. Here in the erotica I was writing to entertain, under pressure from a client who wanted me to leave out the poetry, I believed that my style was derived from a reading of men's works. For this reason, long felt that I had compromised my feminine self. I put the erotica aside. Reading it these many years later, I see that my own voice was not completely suppressed. In numerous passages, I was intuitively using a woman's language, seeing sexual experience from a woman's point of view. I finally decided to release the erotica for publication because it shows the beginning efforts of a woman in a world that had been the domain of men. If the ugh. If the unexpurged version of the diary is ever published, this feminine point of view will be established more clearly. It will show that women, and I in the diary, have never separated sex from feeling, from love of the whole man. Anais Nin, Los Angeles, September 1976. Okay, so maybe this was like written in the 40s but published later, because it was published after she died, I know that. Okay, this particular copy, okay, it was copyrighted in 1969, and then again by her trust in 1977, so this probably came out. First published in 1978. Okay, so this came out in 78, but it was written well before that. Okay, so I get you're a woman in like a man's world and you're trying to figure it out, and that she hated doing this. I don't know, how weird would it be to be working for someone writing something that you utterly hated? And yet I feel like there's so many stories from movies of like where somebody hated the script, but they owed the studio a script, so they wrote something they hated just because they had to because they were on contract. That doesn't explain why the first one deals with incest, but maybe just because it's a taboo subject and I guess I don't know, it was something to write about. I don't know. I just hope they're not all like that. But we have to get to the end of another book before we find out. Next time I will try to read 2 of them. But starting next week, starting a brand new book, and it's big, and it's heavy, and very shiny. I'm definitely taking this cover off because the shininess will distract everyone constantly. Also, I don't want it getting messed up, and it's old, and these covers get, like, weird when they're old. So, we'll just have black cover. But for anyone that missed it, I will read the inside blurb one more time, and then we will definitely call it an evening. I'm so very starving. For generations, the Bradford family has worn the mantle of kings of the bourbon capital of the world. Their sustained wealth has afforded them privilege and prestige, as well as a hard-won division of class on their sprawling estate. Easterly. By the way, calling an estate Easterly in a book like this, in a series, because there's a series of these, come up with a better name, because I don't like that. Upstairs, a dynasty that by all appearances played by the rules of good fortune and good taste. Downstairs, the staff who worked tirelessly to maintain the impeccable Branford facade, and never the twain shall meet. So this got real Downton Abbey vibes, and I don't know which came first. For Lizzie King, Easterly's head gardener, crossing that divide nearly ruined her life, falling in love with Tulane, the prodigal son of the Bourbon dynasty, was nothing that she intended or wanted, and their bitter breakup only served to prove her instincts were right. Now, after 2 years of staying away, Tulane was finally coming home again, and he was bringing the past with him. No one will be left unmarked, not Tulane's beautiful and ruthless wife, not his older brother whose bitterness and bad blood know no bounds, and especially not the iron-fisted Bradford patriarch, a man with few morals, fewer scruples, and many, many terrible secrets. As the family's tensions, professional and intimately private, ignite, Easterly and all its inhabitants are thrown into the grip of an irrevocable transformation, and only the cunning will survive. So yeah, Downton Abbey meets Ready or Not. But we'll see. I only read the first 3 pages. I do not remember a damn thing about any of this. The font is nice and big, which I like, because that's going to be easier to read. It's decently spaced. Notice how there's not just block text down the entire damn page with no breaks. There's actual breaks. There's proper sentences. Like, I'm calling this an improvement already, just from the format. Ooh, it's got pretty chapter font too. So I will get to putting the bookmarks in this. Let's see. What does the page count clock in at? 424. So it's shorter than that. No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay, it's shorter than one of the 365s. A little bit longer than the last one. But it's like bigger pages with bigger fonts, so it probably works out about the same. But yep, we got very fancy inside cover. I'm guessing this is the estate in question. Probably AI something. But yeah, we'll see what this is about. And there are more of these, so if we like it, we'll keep going with the series. I don't know how many is in this series to this point. I don't know if she's still writing it or not, or if it's ended after X amount of books. But we'll see. See what this is about and if it's any good. This is probably less explicit than 365. It's probably closer to like 50 Shades level of explicitness, I'm guessing, because I've read this author has another series called the Black Dagger Brotherhood series, which I've read 8 or 9 of those. There's several more I'm way behind. But I know the level of explicitness that is in those, and it's around the 50 Shades level for like sexually explicit descriptions of sex acts and things like that. It's around that level. So I'm guessing these are around the same level as well. But we'll see. I mean, the cover is kind of meh because it's just like a house and then a guy wearing a tuxedo. So it's very generic. It's a very generic cover, and we only see half his face, so of course women can imagine him however they like. But that will be next week. Next week we will get in on this and see what we see. I hope it's good. I hope it's good because I really like this author. So I hope it is a good read. I hope everyone enjoys it. And I hope I will see everyone next week because I definitely got to go get some food. And cuddle a puppy. He's under his puppy bed. I'll let him be until he wants cuddles. But we survived the series. I shall now skin it and post pictures in the Discord and put it on my wall of skins, which will complete it for a while. At least until one of these authors writes something else. You know one of them's going to. You know one of these authors is going to do a cash grab, another book within the next 5 years. It's definitely going to happen. Oh, but we will also be watching the movie The Next 365 Days tomorrow night on my Discord in the movie night, starting either at 8:30 or 9, depending how the day goes. I will post early so you will know, and we will watch the movie and throw things at the screen while cursing it out, because that's what we do, and it's going to be awful, and I plan to laugh at it a lot. So until tomorrow, whoever's joining us, yes, goodbye and good riddance to this series, 100%. But that's going to do it for this week. I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Take care of yourself. Love on all of your fur babies, especially if it's super cold where you are like it is here. Make sure your fur babies are warm. Explain to them you don't control the weather. I know they won't believe you, but you can try. Just make sure they're cuddled and warm. Take care of yourself. Love on a fur baby. Until next week. I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club, and I will see you all later. Have a good rest of your weekend. Bye bye.